Chapter 1565. Yuaohai's death was the consensus of all human venerables. In their view, Yuaohai fought against a half-king with the power of a peak-level intermediate venerable, who would die if he didn't. But Han Fei pretended to be so strong? It seemed that he had been crippled, however, as the strongest spirit gatherer of the human race. Han Fei's injuries were healed in an instant, and there wasn't even the slightest injury on his body. Sea demon scoundrel, look, this is the strength of our human race. Ha ha ha, are you dumbfounded? Do you know that our human race has such a powerful spirit gatherer? Wow. Since when did our immortal city have such a strong master? It turns out that this is the real strength of a spirit gatherer. He can't be killed at all. In the noise behind, Han Fei absorbed a lot of ownerless souls. After consuming his soul power again, he was less than 5,000 points away from full recovery. As long as he slaughtered for more, he should be able to make up for it. As for vitality, Han Fei had already made up for it. However, when he went back this time, Han Fei planned to claim that his vitality was insufficient. In this way, he could get some spiritual fruits and heal tens of thousands of people. The sea demon half-king didn't expect that a spirit gatherer's killing means could be so powerful. Yuaohai's physique was not weak. However, he couldn't even block a lightning blade. The problem was that Yuaohai was extremely good at lightning fighting. However, he was killed by the lightning blade in the end. How could people not be shocked? At this moment, many people looked up at the sky and watched the blood rain pouring down. Many people slightly breathed a sigh of relief. In the past few decades, human beings had not been able to kill sea demon venerables. After all, it had always been sea demons suppressing human beings. On the human side, those who should have appeared had already appeared. These venerables of Black Blood City were very familiar with the combat power of the venerables of the human race. At this moment, Han Fei appeared as a brand new character with many means. Before, when facing Qin Xiang, he used pure fighting methods, and everyone could feel the ferocious power from Han Fei. However, this time, Han Fei killed a powerhouse at the peak of the intermediate venerable realm with the help of a formation. Perhaps, for those explorers, Han Fei's battle wasn't easy. It was even thrilling. However, in the eyes of the human venerables, killing a venerable was as easy as taking a stroll in the park. Han Fei's expression was calm as he calmly looked at the half-sea demon king. He spoke with confidence and assurance amidst the splashing seawater and the boundless curtain of rain. Look, my undying city isn't that weak, and Black Blood City isn't that strong. You haven't seen a spirit gatherer in action before. Today I'll show you and let you know that you are all garbage. While saying this, Han Fei waved his hand casually, and the rolling waves collapsed, and the sea gradually calmed down. At that moment, Han Fei stood alone in the raging sea. One person seemed to have formed his own battle line, extremely valiant. Looking at this scene, Qin Xiang had a strange thought in her heart. Yes, even at this moment, she still didn't think Han Fei looked like a commander. A commander should observe the overall situation and devise strategies. A general should command the army and fight everywhere, brave and invincible. A soldier should charge and break through enemy lines, attack cities, and seize territory. It could be said that a soldier should do his best, a general should do his best, and a commander should do his best. But Han Fei didn't have any of these three. Hiss! Qin Xiang suddenly thought of something. According to the news from the undying city, Han Fei regarded himself as a human king. What if this is true? This idea just flashed in Qin Xiang's mind, and she didn't think about it deeply. At this moment, Han Fei was still standing in the sea, looking straight at the half-sea demon king. I won't leave today. An intermediate venerable realm expert will not refuse anyone. No matter who it is, I will fight. Han Fei put his hands behind his back and held his head high. After a pause, Han Fei grinned. Want to kill me? Maybe you only have this chance. If no one comes, I'm leaving. Many sea demon venerables frowned. This man was too evil. How long had it been since Yu Aohai attacked? He was killed by a knife. More importantly, this man was unparalleled in arrays and could heal himself. He must have a strong explosive force that could blow him up in one round. Han Fei waited for another 2 minutes, glanced at the sea demon camp, and said disdainfully, "A bunch of trash. How dare you try to attack the human race? Stop." Suddenly, the void was torn apart, and a long-haired young man in heavy armor crawled out of the void. Yes, he crawled out. The man's lower body had a total of 8 tentacles, like a spider, but with armor as thick as a crab shell. The upper body was human, wearing armor that was so thick that it could be used as a shield. Hiss! When they saw this man, countless explorers on the human side gasped. "It's the crab eater. He's a lunatic." Someone said angrily, F***CK, why did this thing come out? He eats everything. Everyone who is defeated by him is eaten by him. An undying shouted, "Kill him." A human venerable deliberately said to him via voice transmission, "Shall we stop here today?" This man has a special identity. He has the bloodline of an ancient king crab and has amazing defensive power. The Great Path. The sea demon, shook the void and shattered the voice coming from the human side. He said coldly, "Don't you think it's too late to say something at the last minute?" The crab eater sneered and said, "A human spirit gatherer? I heard that you are an intermediate venerable, and you don't refuse anyone?" Han Fei shrugged slightly. "I said that I don't refuse anyone." The crab-eater's claws pierced the void and approached Han Fei a little. Because the speed at which his claws plunged into the void was too fast, every movement of his claws could create flames from the friction with the air. It was as if he was walking on fire. Han Fei raised his hand, and a spiritual energy storm formed above his body. Han Fei said crab should taste good. Humph! Hardly had Han Fei said that when thousands of thorns pierced out of thin air from the void. Clank, 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 however, at the moment those thorn shadows appeared on Han Fei's body, an armor shield flew. The Taoist patterned 6 spirit armor appeared out of thin air. 2 on the sea surface, a series of arrays appeared. In a breath's time, dozens of arrays appeared at a speed that was so fast that it was dazzling to the eyes. The coiled turtle array, the soul driving array, the spirit gathering array, the 6 spirit armor. There were also some lines that Han Fei couldn't understand, swimming in the sea. He didn't know what they were for. Han Fei still had his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile, "I heard that you are very powerful. I'd like to see how powerful a crab can be." Hey! The crab-eater was so fast that his body disappeared and he began to circle around Han Fei. As it spun, 2 bodies came out. Han Fei sensed it and found it was a bit like the Gemini divine technique. One was the original body, the other was a shadow, but in terms of strength, the 2 didn't seem to be weakened. Han Fei immediately understood that this person had a special ability that allowed him to have 2 bodies. It was also a bit similar to Zhang Xuanyu's triple original body. However, no matter which one it was not as powerful as his Gemini divine technique. If he were to use the Gemini divine technique, this crab-eater demon would be able to bite him to death. Han Fei stepped on the sea and saw a giant turtle 1,000 feet high lying across the sea. The giant turtle roared and the array was mysterious. Han Fei said lightly, "I don't know who gave you the courage to think that you can compete with me?" "Ha! Arrogant human, you are indeed unparalleled in arrays. However, there are thousands of great Taoists in this world. How many can you defend with arrays? You want to break all arrays with one? Humph! I don't believe it." The shadow crab eater turned into a shadow, ignored the array, and directly grabbed Han Fei's shadow. At the moment when the shadow passed through the array, Han Fei frowned slightly, took out the embroidery needle, and made a gesture of preparing to attack. However, it never occurred to Han Fei that the shadow didn't touch his body. Instead, it only touched his shadow, yet it was able to confront his soul. The venerables on the sea demon's side all smiled when they saw Han Fei's shadow being caught. This time, there's no way to save him. The great path of the crab eater, eating shadow. Even if Han Fei knew it, he would be caught unknowingly, let alone Han Fei, who didn't know. The next moment, Han Fei was completely motionless. The crab eater chuckled. See, I was right, wasn't I? You have to pay for your ignorance. The 10 blades of the crab eater rotated and drilled through Han Fei's great plate turtle array. After all, this was a defensive array designed to resist peak-level intermediate venerables. As long as the attack was strong enough, it would always be broken. Just when the 10 cone-shaped crab claws were only 10 meters away from Han Fei suddenly made a stabbing gesture. A round hole was blasted out of the crab eater's body. A large swath of blue divine souls was blasted out by Han Fei. What a pity! Boom! In the sky, another red crack appeared, and the range of the blood rain expanded. The crab eater was so excited that he didn't even know why he was stabbed to death by Han Fei's spear. This was probably the most wronged guy in Black Blood City so far. He thought that the enemy would die in his hands in the next second. However, the result was exactly the opposite. Han Fei grabbed the corpse of the crab eater and the sun moon shell, threw them into Forge the Universe, and said flatly, "King Crab, it should taste good. Everyone." The faint smile on the sea demon half-king's face suddenly froze, and he stepped to the edge of the battlefield. "Who the hell are you?" Han Fei glanced at him indifferently and suddenly grinned. "Me. I want to challenge higher levels. Do any of you sea demons dare to fight me?" The half-king suddenly thought of one thing. A few years ago, an incident happened in the Demon-Beast Alliance. A man named Bull Demon King killed 7 sea demons in 3 battles. Even the momentum in Black Blood City at that time was weakened. Today, he suddenly felt something. The sea demon half-king shouted, "Who the hell are you?" At this time, Han Fei also knew that he couldn't fight anymore. If the people of Black Blood City were still fooled at this time, they would be stupid. Han Fei raised his head slightly. "My name is Han Fei." Chapter 1566. Now that he was sure that the sea demon half-king wouldn't send more people to fight him, Han Fei told him his real name without hesitation. Han Fei had considered using the death-boned sun to disguise himself as an immortal and kill the enemy again. However, he didn't know how the immortals fought, and he had never pretended to be one before. Not to mention that it was easy to be exposed. No matter how good his acting was, he could only kill one more person before the enemy realized it. Now, telling the enemy his name was far more shocking than pretending to be an immortal. Others might not know, but since this person was the half-king of Black Blood City, he should know the plan of Black Blood City to invade the Yin Yang Heaven. Then he should know who Han Fei was. Sure enough, the sea demon half-king's pupils constricted when he heard Han Fei's name. "It's you? You're in the cage." Han Fei put his hands behind his back again and said leisurely, "Those who offend the human world must be killed. Tell the Black Killer Snail King that I'm here. Today I'll kill 2 to greet him. In the future, when my troops arrive at the city gates, I will still need his head. Arrogant, be *starred. How dare you insult my king? Humans are courting death. The immortal city is tired of living and is ready to start a full-scale war with Black Blood City, isn't it?" The sea demon half-king raised his arm and looked at Han Fei deeply. "I'll tell him what you said. However, the inside of the cage is different from the outside. I'd like to see how powerful the immortal city can make you so arrogant. Retreat!" Under the sea demon half-king's order, the sea demon experts retreated like a tide. After all, Black Blood City fought with humans in the Yin Yang Heaven and was completely defeated. Many people had never been to the Yin Yang Heaven. Their understanding of humans in the Yin Yang Heaven was limited to what the Black Killer Snail King revealed and Chao Xian. Now, Han Fei appeared in the immortal city. Did it mean that the immortal city might have found the way to the outside world? If so, how many foreign venerables were there in the immortal city now? This was all an unknown. On the other side, Han Fei killed 2 venerables in a row. Moreover, both of them were at the peak of the intermediate venerable realm, so they were not weak at all. At this time, the venerables of the immortal city had an idea. If there was something wrong with Han Fei, Black Blood City wouldn't have sacrificed 2 such powerful experts to confuse them. Besides, judging from Han Fei's style of doing things today, the calmer he was and the more casual he was, the more domineering he was. In the end, Han Fei openly challenged the Black Killer Snail King. His calm demeanor made the scalps of countless people behind go numb. Many martial highnesses even began to transmit their voices to the 3.5 martial monarchs. Is it really okay to let him challenge the Black Killer Snail King? Someone said with a solemn expression, "This person is arrogant and unreasonable. I admit that he is extremely strong and his talent in all aspects far surpasses ordinary people. However, he can only fight against half a king right now, right?" Someone nodded in agreement. The Black Killer Snail King is a false king, and there are many demi-kings in Black Blood City. If all these people come out, how can my undying city block them? Even the other 2 demi-kings couldn't help but fall into deep thought. From the tone of the other side and their reactions after hearing Han Fei's name, they could roughly guess that there was a huge conflict between Han Fei and Black Blood City. However, just as the other venerables suspected, the difference in strength between the immortal city and Black Blood City wasn't just a little bit. Now, Han Fei challenged the Black Killer Snail King only after killing 2 of them? What on earth did he rely on? After Han Fei's 2 battles, the entire human race's frontline also stirred up a heated discussion. Some people said that Han Fei should be so domineering. Some said that Han Fei couldn't see the current situation clearly, and some asked, what should happen next has happened? Han Fei looked back at Gonfeng and the others and said indifferently, "Do you think I'm too aggressive? It turns out that you've been being worn down by the other side. Every few years, one of you will be heavily injured, and every few years, another will be injured. It won't be long before the Undying City is completely transformed into immortals, or it will be defeated by the sea demons. It's understandable that you're good at defense, but I'm good at offense and I need cooperation." A half-king realm powerhouse said telepathically, "You mean you've attracted the Black Killer Snail King here, and we'll block it for you? Or you're already as strong as the Black Killer Snail King?" Han Fei grinned. "The Black Killer Snail King is here. I'll add 10 more. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. He tore open the void and went straight to Firestone Island. On Firestone Island, 2 red cracks appeared in the sky. Everyone could see it clearly. A rain of blood fell on the island, making them swallow uncontrollably. They knew that Han Fei was going to kill the Venerables. However, who the hell knew that he would kill the Venerables so soon? They felt that as soon as Han Fei left, a Venerable died. Not even half an incense stick's worth of time passed after the first one fell, and another one fell. Such a speed of killing Venerables made the explorers on Firestone Island feel a sense of hope. It seemed that humans hadn't been so domineering for a long time. The reason why the Immortal City didn't get angry at Han Fei for provoking the Black Killer Snail King was that they didn't think the Black Killer Snail King would come. What if the Black Killer Snail King really had the ability to destroy the Immortal City? It had been here for a long time. As for the human side, they had been hiding in this cage until now, so they naturally had some ways to deal with the Black Killer Snail King. Therefore, after Han Fei killed the 2 sea demon venerables, most people chose to believe Han Fei and waited to see what Han Fei would do next. Han Fei's identity was real. There was no doubt about this. However, now that his strength had been exposed, how could he find a way to kill 10 sea demons? At this moment, on Firestone Island, many people were cultivating, recovering, and sparring with each other. However, after the first sea demon died, these people all looked up at the sky. The venerable realm powerhouses gathered in groups of 3 to 5. Long Shi and the others stood together, feeling complicated. They were the first group of people who followed Han Fei. At that time, who knew that Han Fei would be so strong? Chunyu looked at Long Shi and couldn't help saying, Long Shi, do you know where General Han sent Hua Meng to? Why hasn't he come back yet? Long Shi shook his head slightly. I don't know. No one knew what this General Han was thinking. Hua Meng must have a place to go since he left. On the other side, Lu Yuntian looked at this scene with mixed feelings. His furrowed brows had never relaxed. Old Lu! Lu Yuntian was sitting on a big tree, lost in thought, when he saw Wang He come to his side. Lu Yuntian was puzzled at this moment. Everyone looked like a spy to him now, of course. He couldn't show it on the surface. His voice was slightly cold as he said, What's wrong? Wang He smiled and said, Nothing. Can't I come to see you? The newly arrived Commander Han was indeed arrogant, but now it seems that he is indeed strong. In such a short time, he killed 2 sea demons in a row. Who can do this? Lu Yuntian's heart did a flip. His first reaction was, Is Wang He a spy? Lu Yuntian immediately thought about Wang He. In the entire history of the human race, only a third of the venerable realm cultivators had never killed a sea demon venerable. They either died together with the sea demons, killed the sea demons, or were killed. Only a third of them severely injured the sea demons, or were severely injured by the sea demons. In Wang He's experience, although he had never killed a sea demon venerable, he had severely injured the sea demon venerable 3 times. So it didn't look like it. Moreover, Wang He's background was not very good. He was born in an ordinary family. He had reached this point by taking one step at a time. Wait. Lu Yuntian suddenly remembered. More than 600 years ago, the Immortal City and Black Blood City had a super war. At that time, more than 50 venerables participated in the war. After that war, Wang He seemed to have been rescued. When he was rescued, he almost didn't even have the power to be reborn from a single drop of blood. Since then, Wang He rarely participated in the war. In 400 to 500 years, he had participated in less than 10 wars before he was severely injured again. Humph! Thinking of this, Lu Yuntian snorted softly. This person is domineering. This should be his character. Wang He shook his head and said, No, look at Long Shi and the other junior venerables. But now they are suppressing you, an advanced venerable to lead the troops. This is obviously, he is deliberately suppressing and excluding you. But I guess Han Fei also wants to subdue you and make you submit to him. After all, no matter how strong Han Fei is, he is still not as good as you in terms of realm. Lu Yuntian looked at Wang He. What do you want to say? Wang He smiled and said, Old Lu, my foundation has recovered, and my strength is also at the peak of the intermediate venerable realm. Even if Long Shi and the others can suppress you, I can't stand it. To be honest, I want to leave. I don't want to be under this person's leadership. Oh, why? Lu Yuntian couldn't help but look at Wang He in surprise, showing a trace of interest. And Wang He saw it in his eyes and thought, no matter what Lu Yuntian says on the surface, he always has a grudge against Han Fei in his heart. After all, Han Fei has humiliated Lu Yuntian many times. As a venerable who doesn't have a face, Wang He said, Han Fei asked the Immortal City for people on the pretext of treating us. But now he can indeed heal the damage to our foundation. However, he also controls about 20% of the power of the entire Immortal City. What does this mean? He has only been in the Immortal City for a few days, but he has already mastered such a huge power? What is he going to do? Lu Yuntian's heart did a flip, but he pretended to be puzzled and said, He is the commander. If he wants to fight a war, he naturally needs someone. What's wrong with that? Wang He shook his head. No, this person is too domineering. He acts too fast. He said he would slaughter 10 sea monster great venerables. So far, he has already slaughtered 2. Do you think he is only going to kill the venerables by himself? Then what does he want us to do? Lu Yuntian asked. You mean he is going to use me next? Wang He nodded. And it will be an extremely dangerous use. This person is too arrogant, but he doesn't know much about the immortal city. I am afraid he will have a problem. So, I don't want to work for him. I don't think you want to live under someone else's roof, do you? Lu Yuntian was silent for a moment. When he was about to speak, the void above Firestone Island trembled, and Han Fei had already walked out of the crack. Immediately, Wang He patted Lu Yuntian's chest. Old Lu, let's go and welcome General Han. Chapter 1567. As soon as Han Fei appeared on the island, he scanned the entire Firestone Island with his perception and found that no one was missing. When he saw Lu Yuntian and Wang He together, he just scanned them with his perception and didn't take it seriously at all. The old tortoise said, You've already exposed yourself. What's the point of keeping this spy? He's a strong master. If you're not careful, he may ruin your plan. Han Fei grinned. Old Yuan, those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. You even know the identity of a mere spy. You're so useful. In the past few days, everyone had figured out Han Fei's style. During the wartime, when Han Fei gave orders as the commander, they couldn't go against his will. Seeing that everyone was here, Han Fei said, All semi-venerables, peak-level explorers, and advanced explorers come forward. I hunted the 2 venerables and recovered my vitality. Today, I'm going to cure you. Now, Han Fei had only led them for a few days. Although they were very convinced by Han Fei, they couldn't say that he was invincible and brave. After all, it was also related to the situation of these people. In the cage, the survival crisis on the human side was relatively severe. People who lived on the edge of life and death for a long time generally wouldn't curry favor with their leaders too much. At this moment, when they heard that Han Fei had indeed hunted the 2 venerables, many of them gasped. Some people were looking forward to Han Fei's treatment and recovery to their peak state as soon as possible. In that way, they could also go to the battlefield. Heavenly awakening. Endless sage realm pillars of light descended. The movement on the Firestone Island attracted the attention of all the semi-kings. Unbeknownst to everyone, a barren grave reappeared on the Forbidden Island, and some jade girls raised their heads. Phew, this time, Han Fei consumed more than 3,300 years of vitality. And this was under the circumstance that the effect of the heavenly awakening divine art was more than twice that of the previous one. Otherwise, the vitality consumed would reach nearly 8,000 years. Han Fei remained calm on the surface and said, Those who have recovered to their peak state evenly divide into 24 teams. Each venerable will have a team. I need to go into seclusion for a few days. During this period, no one is allowed to leave the island. In fact, Han Fei had been stopping these people not because he wanted to hide any trump cards. The reason was that it was unnecessary. After all, the frontline battlefield was only so big, and there was no big movement at all. Even 800 explorers couldn't do anything, let alone more than 300,000 people. So, since it was useless to go, why not go? As for Han Fei's so-called seclusion, he went into the general's mansion, set up an array, and left Firestone Island in the form of a black fog. After a while, Han Fei stood alone outside the Forbidden Island, raging with astral winds for a while. It was different from other islands. The other islands had been inhabited by humans for many years. They had long been sealed off and transformed into safe places. Only the taboo island looked very strange. Inside this cage, when the chaotic energy swept towards the island, it would be devoured by the frequent void cracks that appeared in the air. As a result, although there were howling astral winds on the Forbidden Island, they were actually not very strong. This unique spatial feature gave the animals on the island a certain living space. Before setting foot on this island, Han Fei grabbed the 9-palace ruler of destiny. The scale of the nine-palace ruler of destiny moved quickly and finally fell directly on the even stick. This meant that this trip seemed to be uneventful, and there was no gain. In fact, he might not even encounter the dangers that others spoke of. Han Fei didn't know if it was because he had already been to the Forbidden Island once. Immediately, Han Fei pointed his finger, and a wisp of chaotic energy fell on the nine-palace ruler of destiny. The ruler of destiny moved a little. A lucky hexagram. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. This was his confidence. With the nine-palace ruler of destiny, as long as he had the chaotic energy, he would be safe. He still remembered the last time he entered this forbidden island. It was very thrilling. Especially when he went to look for the dragon origin chi, he was almost killed. Since it was a lucky hexagram, he was relieved. At this moment, Han Fei pointed his finger again, and another wisp of chaotic energy fell on the nine-palace ruler of destiny. The ruler of the nine palaces fortune ruler moved slightly again, but it was still a little short of the auspicious sign. Hiss! Do I need to use 2 wisps? Han Fei's face immediately turned green. He had already consumed 2 wisps of chaotic energy, which was half a year's worth of hard work. If the intensity of the power of truth wasn't high, the time would be 10 times longer. This meant that if he had changed his luck according to common sense, it would have taken him 5 years to do so. However, he had already used the nine-palace ruler of destiny and 2 wisps of chaotic energy. He couldn't give up now, could he? Hew! Another wisp of chaotic energy fell on the nine-palace ruler of destiny. However, the nine-palace ruler of destiny only touched the lucky hexagram and fell back. The old turtle said, "Don't panic. This means that it's difficult for you to form a lucky hexagram on this island. Of course, it's also possible that it's not easy to achieve your own goal. However, you have plenty of chaotic energy. You can use it again." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "What do you mean, I have plenty of chaotic energy? I'm panicking if I use 4 wisps at once. Generally speaking, it's a problem for people below the advanced venerable level to have 4 wisps of chaotic energy in total. Only a prodigal like me dares to use it like this." Han Fei gritted his teeth and threw out another wisp of chaotic energy. Finally, the ruler landed on the auspicious hexagram. Who? Han Fei took a long breath of relief and was about to land on the island when he heard the old turtle say, "Are you going to meet the monster in that desolate tomb?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes." The old turtle couldn't help but say, "Think about it carefully. This ruler should only change your luck temporarily. However, that guy can't be simple. How can such a large island disappear into thin air and appear in the outside world? When you came in, there was such a small gap, and it took you a lot of effort to get in. Have you ever considered how to get out of this island?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment. What the old turtle said made a lot of sense. How could such a large, forbidden island get out so easily? That would be too disrespectful to the wall of death. Han Fei suddenly exclaimed, "Shoot! Old Yuan, do you think this wall of death has anything to do with that person?" The old turtle denied, "I'm not sure. Who knows? However, I think it should be related to him more or less. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense." The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. If it's related to him, it's unreasonable that he doesn't let humans out. He may be the one who set up the seal. Why did he set up the seal? Is it to prevent people from the other immortal palaces from getting in? However, on second thought, Chen Huangdian had been here too. Also, the unknown expert who was looking for Xia Shaochan had been here too. Those people weren't all kings. Even the life queen didn't dare to set foot on this place easily. Why could those people come in? Han Fei felt that there must be something else behind this. Han Fei and the old turtle suddenly said in unison, "It's to seal something." Pa. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth and immediately said, "Yes. Yes, it must be to seal something. Otherwise, the existence of this seal wouldn't be so meaningful. Even if it was to block foreign enemies, there was no need to confine humans and beasts here. That person could create such a huge seal. It should be easy for him to destroy the sea demons. The old turtle asked, "Don't you have the nautical instrument?" Han Fei's lips twitched, and then he sneered. "Old Yuan, you want me to die, don't you? Even the ancient masters had to pay such a high price to seal something here. Do you think I can deal with it?" The old turtle said, "You have the nautical instrument and the ruler of destiny." Hearing the old turtle's words, Han Fei's eyelids twitched. He naturally knew what the old turtle meant. The nautical instrument could find things, and the ruler of destiny could change one's luck. Combining the two, he could find secrets and avoid danger. Hiss! Han Fei took a deep breath. "Old Yuan, what do you think of this island?" The old turtle said, "I think if I have something to suppress, this island must be a good location." Han Fei swallowed and then took a breath. "I just changed my luck. Today is an auspicious day." Han Fei activated the Gemini divine technique and stepped onto the island in white mist. Because he was too fast, several space cracks directly cut Han Fei's body. However, Han Fei didn't care. He immediately activated the universal manifestation instrument. When the nautical panorama pointed to the northwest, Han Fei cursed. The northwest was where the barren grave grassland was located. It seemed that the reason why the barren grave existed there was not only because of the war between the ancient human race and the dragon race. Obviously, there were other secrets there. Han Fei muttered to himself, "I have an auspicious divination. Nothing will happen to me." With this in mind, Han Fei went in the direction of the grassland again. This time, Han Fei was different from back then. At this moment, he was a venerable. As soon as he released his pressure, no creatures dared to approach him. Because there were too many space cracks, Han Fei didn't walk very fast, and it only took him half a day to arrive. When approaching the barren grave, Han Fei coughed twice. With a thought in his mind, a huge king crab with a body length of 500 or 600 meters lay beside Han Fei. This was the corpse of the crab-eater demon. Han Fei dragged the crab's corpse into the grassland and shouted as soon as he came in, "Senior, I, Han Fei, have brought you food." Chapter 1568. Han Fei had been to this grassland once, and this time he came with the 9-palace ruler of Providence. However, after sensing the chaotic heavenly secrets, Han Fei was still a little scared. Han Fei said, "Senior, I, Han Fei. Last time, I said I would go out to find food for you. But when I came back, you were already gone. Who do you think I am? Every word I say is a nail in the coffin. Since I said I would bring it to you, I must bring it to you. Look, a king crab, this is a good thing. It can clear heat and detoxify, replenish bone marrow, nourish tendons, and promote blood circulation. The crab demon would never have thought that he would end up like this. He was dragged by someone to be sent as a gift, and it was even food Han Fei walked in for only about 100 kilometers. Suddenly, when Han Fei looked back, he found that the border of the grassland had disappeared. His position in space had already changed. When Han Fei looked back again, he found that a barren grave appeared 100 meters away. Han Fei was speechless. "Damn! Do you have to be so ghostly when you appear? Can't you just show up properly?" With a smile on his face, Han Fei dragged the crab to the barren grave. As he walked, he said, "Senior, you may not believe it. In order to hunt this crab, I paid a great price. Look, a king crab at the peak of the intermediate venerable realm. Its meat quality is definitely amazing." Clap, clap, Han Fei patted the claws of the king crab and said, "Look at these claws. They're full of meat and fat." Huh. Han Fei took a few steps and found that he was not even half a meter away from the barren grave. He immediately realized it was a habit of the barren grave. Thus he turned his head away. Han Fei turned his head back and forth. F***CK. Han Fei subconsciously took a step back. because the barren grave was already 3 meters away from him, and the entrance was wide open. F***CK. Don't you think this situation is going to scare someone to death? If 2 butterflies flew out of it, I wouldn't be so surprised. Han Fei closed his eyes and opened them again, and there was only darkness in front of him. This was different from the last time. The last time he fell into the barren tomb, he had to walk for quite a while before he saw that figure eating lotus roots. It was eating the White Shell Kingdom's prodigy, the green silk spirit. This time, when Han Fei opened his eyes, he saw a person standing 10 meters away from him. Beside the human figure was a large crab that was more than 3 meters long. Han Fei looked back. There were no more king crabs around him. It was obvious that the figure had taken it away. When he came here, he deliberately made the king crab so big. In any case, whether they were big or small, they were all the same. The energy it contained was the same as the effect of the meat. After becoming smaller, only the energy stored per unit volume and the quality of the meat became better. Crack! Han Fei saw that the figure was holding a crab leg in each hand, which was eaten with the shell and meat. Han Fei thought to himself, "Don't you feel a toothache?" Of course, he couldn't bring himself to ask this question. However, although this figure could directly eat the crab, it couldn't eat a lot in one bite like the green silk spirit did before. After eating this crab, he only ate the size of a small fist, which should be enough for this figure to eat for a while. Goodoo! Han Fei pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "Senior, I'm here to thank you. Last time, thanks to your guidance, I broke the blood pool, opened the dragon tomb, and swallowed the dragon energy to vent your anger." Crack! Han Fei saw that the figure was gnawing the crab leg while looking at him. He didn't know what it was thinking. Han Fei said, "Senior, I'm here to share 2 good things with you. There are 300 more crabs of the same level as the one in your hand. Half of them are much more delicious than this crab. It's said that the strongest one is only half a king. Are you interested?" Crack! 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 The figure continued to gnaw the crab leg, but this time much faster. Han Fei wondered, was it attracted by the number of sea demon venerables? The figure thought for a moment and made a gurgling sound. Not interested. When the figure said this, Han Fei's eyes lit up. As long as this person spoke, it meant that he could talk with him. Seeing that this figure was interested, Han Fei thought, what is this figure's interest? Of course, it's dragon slaying. At first glance, this person must have a grudge against the dragon race. The last time they met, he asked Han Fei to dig the dragon tomb before he left. It could be seen that his hatred was as deep as the sea. Han Fei just said that he was half a king, but the figure didn't respond. Could it be this big shot is really a king? Han Fei made up his mind. He thought it shouldn't be a big problem to cut off the dragon corpse's claw in Forge the Universe, right? Well, it's just a claw. When I meet the dragon soul, I'll say that it's gone when I found it. Han Fei took out a bloody dragon claw from Forge the Universe. This time, before Han Fei said anything, the figure threw away the crab leg and appeared in front of Han Fei in an instant. Its 2 big eyes were already staring at the dragon claw in Han Fei's hand. Giggle, gulp. Han Fei swallowed. This was the first time he had seen the real face of this figure. At a closer look, Han Fei found that the man was so skinny that he looked like a bag of bones. His face was full of wrinkles like a mummy. His eyes were completely black, or rather dry. How could this thing be a person? Crack! The next moment the figure opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of sawtooth-like steel teeth, and bit at the dragon claw in Han Fei's hand. Chomp! Damn it! At the moment when this person bit half of the dragon claw, Han Fei directly let go, for fear that this thing would eat him too. Chomp! Chomp! Unlike the venerable realm crab, this figure chewed the dragon meat like gummy candy and chewed for a long time before swallowing it. Han Fei grinned and watched as blood slid down the man's neck. Originally, this was a very disgusting thing. However, Han Fei soon found something wrong. he found that this mummy, the dry and wrinkled skin on this mummy's face was bulging. After he swallowed that half of the dragon claw, his skin, which was even more wrinkled than a mummy's, actually recovered quite a bit. He looked like a normal old man, with a skinny body and a face full of wrinkles. But at least he still looked like a human. The mummy looked at him, blood still dripping from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were a little rounder, but they were dark and nothing could be seen. Of course, Han Fei wouldn't give the complete dragon corpse to this guy. After all, this dragon corpse was still useful to him. He had to exchange it with the dragon's soul. He could also exchange it for a drop of azure dragon essence blood and a dragon transformation technique. Compared with being eaten by this mummy, Han Fei felt that it was better to exchange it for something else. Han Fei quickly took out a lot of sun moon shells and said, "Senior, let's talk. I only have this small piece. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself." However, Han Fei stuffed some dragon bones into one of the sun moon shells. These were all obtained under the blood pool on the Forbidden Island. He still had a lot of them. He could take a few out and say that the space of the sun moon shell was limited and he couldn't take them out. The mummy glanced at Han Fei's sun moon shell. Of course, he couldn't find anything good. There wasn't even an explorer-level sea demon inside. However, the mummy paused and immediately pointed at the sea, swallowing seashells stuffed with dragon bones. Bam! The sun moon shell burst, and 2 pieces of dragon bones more than 80 meters long suddenly appeared in this dark hole. The mummy clasped his hands, and the dragon bones began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, they became 2 bones only half a meter long. Han Fei's blood froze when he saw this. He blew up the sun moon shell with a finger. What the F***ck is this? If the sun moon shell was just a shell, it would naturally be easy to break. However, the sun moon shell was not a shell. It was a space, but it appeared in the world in the form of a shell. It's true that you can break the void, but you can't crush the space. This was why the sea-swallowing seashell and the sun moon shell were still there in the battle of the strong masters. Han Fei explained, "Senior, these are the dragon bones I found under the blood pool." He had thought that it had been too long since the dragon bone had appeared, and that it was no longer useful. Otherwise, I would have given them to you as soon as possible. Unfortunately, junior storage space is limited, and I can only store 2. I won't be able to store any more. The mummy gurgled a few times, sniffed, and in the dragon bones a red light and the energy of the great way were sucked into his body. Immediately afterward, the 2 dragon bones turned into powder and disappeared without a trace. Han Fei's eyes lit up. Isn't this the chaotic chi? No, I wonder what that red light is. However, the energy of the Great Way is clearly the chaotic chi. And this mummy just sniffed and sucked back 2 wisps of the chaotic chi. Han Fei was speechless. How annoying. Damn it. I've been running around with a huge amount of chaotic aura all this time. Han Fei really wanted to complain to the old turtle. Even if I don't know, don't you know? Or has the old turtle been hiding it from me? At that time, Han Fei felt terrible. It seems that after robbing high-end things in the future, I have to study them carefully. Han Fei thought to himself, "Fortunately, I have forged the universe. Otherwise, he would be finished. His dragon bones would definitely be eaten up by this mummy." Giggle. No. Wrong. Chapter 1569. Han Fei subconsciously licked his lips. Damn it, it's much easier than extracting chaotic energy from spiritual energy. All it took was a single breath of time for the other party to absorb the energy contained in the dragon bone. Han Fei asked, "Senior, do you still need these dragon bones?" At the beginning, I was too weak to get many dragon bones from the barren land. However, now that I've reached the venerable realm and have a lot of sun moon shells, do you still want them? If you do, I'll go and have a look again. Although it was an independent small world, there might still be some wreckage left behind. I'll go and see if I can get some more for you, Senior. In the blink of an eye, the mummy had disappeared in front of Han Fei. The crab claw that he had just thrown away had returned to his hand at some point. Giggle. Okay, Han Fei frowned. This guy didn't even let go of the dragon bones. It seemed that there were indeed great benefits in the dragon bones. Han Fei felt that he could go and have a look. At the beginning, he left in a hurry and was running for his life. So, what happened to that small world? He didn't know. Now that he had the nautical panorama, he could try to see if he could find the entrance to that small world again. Seeing that the mummy agreed, Han Fei immediately said, "Yes. Senior, I'll go and have a look first. If there are any dragon bones left, I'll definitely get them for you." However, when Han Fei was about to leave, he saw that the mummy had already blocked his way. Han Fei's lips twitched. "Senior, do you have any other orders?" Giggle, the mummy said with difficulty, "Dragon claw? Where did you get it?" Han Fei made up his mind. Han Fei said righteously, "Senior, to tell you the truth, that dragon claw was cut off by me after battle with a half-king level dragon. At that time it was a narrow escape. I tried my best, used all my secret methods, and borrowed the power of strong masters to barely reach the half-king level for dozens of seconds. In this way, I barely escaped from the dragon claw. I wanted to hunt a big dragon for you, but my strength was limited, and I was really no match for it. Alas!" Crack, crack, crack! The mummy chewed the crab claw faster and faster. In just a few sentences, it had actually chewed the entire crab claw to pieces. Obviously, the battle with the azure dragon that Han Fei talked about attracted him. Here is it. Han Fei's eyes lit up, full of resentment. "Senior, it's in this cage. I was only able to escape into this cage after fighting with this dragon. It was the dragon that opened the way for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to enter. After I entered, I was attacked by a half-king called the Black Killer Snail King. Left with no choice, he found the humans' undead city. However, this junior suspects that the dragon is still in the cage, possibly within the boundaries of Black Blood City, because it doesn't seem easy to get out of this cage." At this moment, Han Fei almost closed his eyes and started bragging. In any case, if there was a problem, he could just push it onto Black Blood City. At that time, who would be to blame if the dragon ran away? I'm telling the truth. If it really didn't work out, he could just use some dragon blood to frame them. Who could say for sure? Seeing the mummy chewing the crab claw again, Han Fei couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. "Senior, this dragon must be hiding within the boundaries of Black Blood City. I'll definitely help you find it, Senior. However, it may take a few years. After all, my strength is still limited and I can't defeat it. When my strength improves again, I'll definitely hunt that dragon for you." Dragon? Slaying technique. I'll teach you, huh? Han Fei was stunned. Damn it. You can even trick me into teaching you a great technique? Oh my god. Sure enough, this trip wasn't in vain. Sure enough, the 4 wisps of chaotic energy weren't wasted. The 9-palace ruler of destiny was truly the most precious treasure in the world. Han Fei immediately clasped his hands solemnly. "Thank you for your teachings, Senior. I won't let you down. I'll learn the dragon slaying technique well and become a real dragon slayer in the future. Hey, Senior, is it the great technique, dragon bone sucking technique you just used? Baji, giggle. That's dragon swallowing technique." Han Fei's mind was racing. I didn't see the dragon slaying technique. I don't know whether it's good or not, but this dragon swallowing technique is definitely a good thing. It absorbs the chaotic energy so fast that it's like smoking. The next moment, the mummy approached Han Fei. The big hand that was as dry as rotten wood pressed directly on Han Fei's head. Han Fei only felt a large area of light and shadow surging in his mind. Immediately afterward, an inexplicable great technique appeared in his mind. He took a closer look. Dragon slaying technique, see expansion realm, introduction. The derivation of the ancient dragon slaying technique. The dragon slaying technique from the primeval era. After the changes of history, it's missing a lot. If you want to practice the dragon slaying technique, you must practice the black-yellow sutra first. Deduction. Deduction consumption. Effect. The black-yellow sutra is the blade. Disadvantages. Practicing this technique consumes a lot of energy. You must drink dragon blood and dragon qi to nourish yourself. Gulp. Han Fei was shocked by what he saw. Damn it. Are you kidding me? He just gave me a super great technique of the heaven expansion realm? Han Fei thought to himself, I haven't even figured out the venerable realm yet. You've already reached the sea expansion realm with me? What the hell am I going to do? Han Fei knew that this mummy must be delirious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given me a great technique of the sea expansion realm. I can't do anything about it. Besides, this is not the dragon slaying technique, but the dragon slaying technique. Also, if you want to practice the dragon slaying technique, you must practice the black-yellow sutra first. What's the black-yellow sutra? If you want to give me something, just give me everything, okay? You've made me happy for nothing. I can't use it. Isn't it the same as having nothing? Han Fei was about to speak, but in the blink of an eye, he returned to the grassland. There were no more desolate tombs around him. Han Fei was silent for a moment and walked out of the grassland with a determined look on his face. He didn't know who he was acting for. It wasn't until he left this grassland that Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, I gave you my dragon claw for nothing. Somehow, I got a great technique that I can't practice at all. What the hell? Until this moment, the old turtle suddenly said, What's the dragon slaying technique about? Han Fei said with a black face, **T. That's a great technique of the sea expansion realm. I can't practice it at all now. Han Fei didn't tell the truth. He only said that it was in the sea expansion realm, just to show that the mummy was definitely extraordinary. Han Fei was suspicious. Damn, it's not a king at all. He was probably a king when he was alive. Otherwise, how could he practice the dragon slaying technique? And the old turtle said in surprise, A great technique of the sea expansion realm. Then it seems that this person is indeed a king. Han Fei nodded. Yes, definitely a king. However, his mind was already in a mess. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given me such a great technique. By the way, old Yuan, do you know the Black-Yellow Sutra? Black-Yellow Sutra? The old turtle was stunned for a moment and said, Well, I seem to have some impression of it. Han Fei's eyes lit up. Do you know what technique this is? The old turtle said, This is not a technique. This is a cultivation technique. It seems to be a cultivation technique of the human race. It is said that it can produce heaven and earth black-yellow qi. However, it is definitely not the real black-yellow qi. It may just be the shadow of a wisp of black-yellow qi. Han Fei asked, Where can I get it? The old turtle said, How do I know? I should be able to find it in the age of gods. Where can I find it now? I really don't know. My body has been sleeping for tens of thousands of years. Why do you suddenly ask this question? Han Fei didn't hide it and said directly, If you want to practice the dragon slaying technique, you must practice the Black-Yellow Sutra first. The old turtle immediately understood and couldn't help but laugh. It seems that the great technique he gave you is indeed useless for the time being. Then, do you still want to find the dragon bones for him now? Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said yes. Why not? He also has the dragon swallowing technique. Look at him. He can absorb a mouthful of chaotic qi like a child. In one breath, he sucked out 2 strands. Did you see that? Oh no, old Yuan. Did you already know that there was chaotic qi in the dragon bones? The old turtle immediately denied. I didn't know. I have never been in contact with dragons. If I had known that there was chaotic qi in the dragon bones, I would have secretly absorbed it. Maybe I would have sucked it dry, and you wouldn't even know it. Han Fei thought so. That's true. According to the old Yuan's personality, there was an 80% chance that he would secretly absorb the chaos energy behind his back. The old turtle said, "I think if he is a sea expansion realm expert, you may not be able to practice the dragon swallowing technique. Don't screw it up." Han Fei snorted. "If I can't practice it now, I can practice it after I become a sea expansion realm expert. What a great opportunity. Why don't you take it when you can?" While the two talked, Han Fei flew to the blood pool. On the way to the blood pool, Han Fei looked in the direction of the Death Valley from time to time, because in Forge the Universe, the Death Bone Sun was trembling slightly. It should be resonating with the Jade Girl on the other side of the Death Valley. Han Fei thought to himself, "Since I'm here, I'll go and take a look after the blood pool later. I have to keep a secret. If I can't deal with the mummy, I can consider the Jade Girl." Could he ask her to come out and help him in battle? Chapter 1570. When Han Fei arrived at the mountain of the Dragon Origin Chi, he found that this place had become a paradise for beasts. Yes, this was probably the only place where beasts existed except the 10,000 Beast Island. A few years ago, when this place collapsed, the Dragon Origin Chi escaped from here. Countless beasts perished in that collapse. However, there were also countless creatures who absorbed the Dragon Origin Chi. Therefore, when Han Fei came here today, he found that there were peak-level law enforcers and even explorers everywhere. There were as many as 50,000 of them. Of course, there must be no Dragon Origin Chi here now. It should have been swallowed by these tens of thousands of beasts. In the sky above this collapsed land, there were space cracks everywhere. The beasts here only cultivated in safe places and never approached the space cracks. Han Fei pondered and asked, "Old Yuan, can you still find the small world below?" The old turtle snorted. "Don't you have the nautical instrument? Why are you asking me? That small world has obviously disintegrated. The only thing you can try is to find. Is there a fragment of that small world? Don't forget, last time I saw the giant gate, there was an emperor guarding it. Now the gate and the statue of the emperor are gone." Han Fei nodded slightly. In his memory, the gate should be at the end of the blood pool. However, at this moment, the blood pool had dried up and Han Fei didn't see the giant gate. Han Fei found the right place, stretched out his hand, and a huge knife light appeared in the air. Chilla! The collapsed mountain was cut by Han Fei again. A huge knife mark more than 3,000 meters, long cut more than 300 meters, deep in the place in Han Fei's memory. As soon as Han Fei's knife light appeared, all the beasts fled. Here, there was a super strong master that they couldn't defeat. Of course, the farther away they stayed, the better. Han Fei didn't care about them at all. In the future, if humans had a chance to cooperate with the beasts, they could find someone to take these beasts away. No, there's no trace at all. Old Yuan, did I remember the wrong place? The old turtle said, "I remember this place too. Perhaps the door you saw, it itself is the entrance to a world. Now, even the world has collapsed. How can there still be an entrance?" Han Fei nodded slightly. Now that things had come to this point, this was the only explanation. Han Fei immediately secretly used the nautical panorama. The needle spun rapidly and soon pointed to a place less than 100 miles to the west, where mountain had collapsed. Han Fei's eyes lit up. After a few steps, Han Fei came to the place where the mountain collapsed. He glanced around, only to see that Han Fei suddenly drew his knife and attacked. A spatial crack appeared. Within the spatial crack, a large piece of dragon bone was revealed. There really is one. Against the turbulence of the void, Han Fei forced his way into this space. When he entered, he found that there was less than 3,000 meters of space left and only 18 scattered dragon bones. Indeed, this small world had collapsed a long time ago, and it was no longer stable. Therefore, after Han Fei quickly stuffed these dragon bones into the Sun Moon shell, the small world exploded. As a result, before Han Fei had time to retreat, he was already covered in wounds. Tens of thousands of spatial cracks cut Han Fei's body. Even though Han Fei immediately protected himself with a Taoist pattern array, he still couldn't resist it. If it were an ordinary person, even an advanced venerable, he would definitely be hacked to death by such crazy spatial slashes. However, who was Han Fei? He had already cultivated an indestructible golden body. This also gave Han Fei the capital to fight against the void, chasm, brainlessly. Son of a B asterisk TCH. It seems that even if there are fragments of the small world, I can't just enter this damn place. Han Fei appeared above this mountain and cast a holy light technique on himself. The flesh that had been cut was rapidly recovering. You can even find fragments of the small world from here? Suddenly, Han Fei turned his head. He grabbed at the void, and a knife light condensed from a spatial crack slashed out. What kind of technique is this? Han Fei took a closer look, only to find that the newcomer turned out to be a child who looked only 7 or 8 years old. This child was still bald, but he was wearing a black robe, and his lips were black, and there was a black dot tattooed between his eyebrows. The child stretched out his hand, and a huge black shield blocked the attack. Clang, a loud explosion, and shock waves rang out on the island, causing the surrounding space to crack once more. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Golden boy? Han Fei reacted on the spot just now. Han Fei didn't realize that someone was coming. So, without thinking too much, he just slashed with a backhand. However, even this backhand slash was not something that anyone could take. If a mid-level venerable took it, he would be cut into 2 pieces if he was not careful. Han Fei asked in his heart, "Old Yuan, why didn't you inform me?" The old turtle said, "I didn't expect that there would be someone here. Besides, this person's whereabouts are mysterious, and his strength is at least half a king. Although, in my opinion, half a king is almost the same as a false king. Maybe this is a false king of the human race?" Han Fei's heart trembled. The old turtle's evaluation was a bit too high. Of course, Han Fei knew that there must be a false king in the immortal city. However, it never occurred to him that the false king of the human race turned out to be this golden boy who seemed to be only 7 or 8 years old. The golden boy asked calmly, "Are you Han Fei?" After all, he knew that he was facing a being that was likely to be a false king. Han Fei was more or less uneasy. Han Fei nodded. "That's me." The golden boy smiled casually and said in a childish voice, "When the Forbidden Island disappeared, I wasn't there. When I came back from the Forbidden Island, this place had already collapsed. At that time, I discovered that there was a mysterious power hiding next to my house." Han Fei didn't feel the slightest threat from the golden boy. Since the golden boy knew that he was Han Fei and on the immortal city's side, he wouldn't attack him. After all, the golden boy was on the human race's side. So Han Fei relaxed and asked, "Then what?" The golden boy said casually, "Most of the fragments of the small world have already disappeared in the void turbulence. Although I also found a few fragments, these dragon bones are useless. Until you came to look for the dragon bones." Han Fei was confused. "You know about dragon bones?" The golden boy explained, "Many people have entered the grassland on the island. Not all of them died there. At least, we learned about the existence of dragons. However, in the long history of the cage, such a creature had never appeared even once. I don't know much about this race, but you should know how to use the dragon bones, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to look for them." Han Fei was amused. "These bones are useless to me. However, I'm not sure about the grassland." Oh, Han Fei wondered if the golden boy had ever seen a desolate grave. If this golden boy lived on the Forbidden Island, he should have been there before. The golden boy said, "That's what I'm curious about. You are the only person I've seen who can enter the grassland at will. I guess it's not your first time there, is it? For example, when you were in the outside world, you asked the Jade Girl for the Death Bone Sun." Han Fei immediately retorted, Hey, let's talk about it. She gave it to me, not what I asked for. The golden boy slightly shrugged and didn't argue with Han Fei. He just said casually, "The Deathbone Sun is not a very good thing, and its use is limited. However, since I've given it to you, I won't ask for it again. I'm just curious about what's in the grassland." Han Fei asked in confusion, "You've never been there?" Jin Tong said with a smile, "Not everyone can enter that prairie. Not everyone who enters can come out alive, especially venerable ones." The golden boy grabbed a few sun moon shells and said, "There are 63 dragon bones here. For me, or for human cultivators, they are useless. In exchange, you tell me the secrets of the grassland, and these dragon bones are yours." Han Fei's heart did a flip. According to what he saw, the 60 dragon bones equaled more than 60 strands of chaotic energy. Apart from the chaotic energy, there might be a mysterious power unique to the dragon bones. It was a good deal. At least, Han Fei was almost certain that even if he told the golden boy what was on the grassland, the golden boy wouldn't be able to defeat that figure. However, Han Fei still asked, "Are you a half-king or a false king?" The golden boy was briefly stunned and then smiled casually. "Why do you ask?" Han Fei said, "Whether you are a half-king or a false king, you are not as strong as the one on the grassland. The one on the grassland is at least a king." "Huh." The golden boy's pupils constricted. "That's impossible. There is no king in the cage. How can there be a king-level expert?" Han Fei said with a smile, "Since you know the news about the dragon race, you must have seen it on this island, right? Then, you should know that there was once a strong expert who fought the dragon in the wild. The dragon died, but that person seems to be still alive." The golden boy was silent for a moment. "I always thought that the secret of the cage was hidden on the grassland, but now it seems to be different from my guess." Han Fei thought to himself, "You're right. I think so too. That deranged guy can freely enter and exit the wall of death on this island. It would be strange if he didn't have the wall of death, which is the secret of the cage, on him." Han Fei said, "Is the dragon bone in your hand mine now?" The golden boy didn't respond, but asked back, "So that person is a human being?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes." The golden boy asked, "Since he needs the dragon bone, why can't I give it to him in exchange for information?" Han Fei was amused and opened his hands. "Feel free." The golden boy looked at Han Fei for a while and eventually said, "Fine. If anything happens to me, the immortal city will be doomed. You claim to be a human king. I'll leave this secret to you." The golden boy threw the sun moon shell to Han Fei casually. Han Fei caught it and asked in confusion, "Are you not afraid that I'm a liar?" The golden boy slightly shook his head. "Because you are walking on the path of a king." Chapter 1571. After chatting with Jin Tong, Han Fei roughly confirmed Jin Tong's strength. He must be a fake king on the human side. The sentence, "If he dies, the immortal city will be doomed," was enough to show his identity. Jin Tong had also confirmed that Han Fei was walking on the path of a king. How did he know that? However, he was right. Han Fei had been walking on the path of a king ever since he became an explorer, especially after he returned to the Inyang sky. In addition, there was another reason. Human beings had been struggling to survive in the cage for too long. Now, someone needed to break all this. Han Fei's appearance indeed gave Jin Tong hope. The strong had their own resolution. For example, Jin Tong gave the dragon bones to Han Fei even though he knew they were good stuff. Han Fei nodded and asked, "Who is stronger, you or the Black Killer Snail King?" Jin Tong said calmly, "If it's a life-and-death battle, I'll die and he'll be heavily wounded." After hearing this, Han Fei nodded slightly. This answer was enough. Hearing Han Fei's question, Jin Tong couldn't help but ask, "There are so many people to play with you. Is it enough to kill 10? Han Fei said with a smile, "We'll see how many I can kill after the battle. If it's not enough, I'll make up for it." Jean Tong nodded slightly. Okay. After that, Jean Tong turned into a cloud of black mist and dissipated. Han Fei didn't expect that he would meet Jean Tong in this way on the Forbidden Island. After this meeting, Han Fei immediately went to the grassland. Half a day had passed, and the 3 chances of the nautical multitude globe had been used up. However, Han Fei couldn't wait. After all, the 9-palace ruler of Providence measured his luck every day. This meant that every day, the number of one's luck would more or less be a little different. It wasn't easy for him to make friends with the mummy. No matter what, he had to get his hands on the dragon-devouring skill, right? He couldn't waste today's luck. Could he uncover the secret of the cage for now? However, if he could get the dragon-swallowing technique, the speed at which he obtained the chaotic aura would definitely be greatly increased. 2 hours passed. Han Fei stepped into the grassland again. As soon as he entered the grassland, Han Fei shouted crazily, "Senior! Senior, I'm back. Senior, I got the dragon bones. As soon as Han Fei turned his head, he found that the desolate grave had appeared. Now, when Han Fei saw the desolate tomb again, he didn't feel scared at all. As long as he lured them with information about the dragons or a large amount of food, Han Fei felt that this desolate tomb would welcome anyone. Sure enough, after just a few blinks, he had already appeared in the desolate grave. This time, half a day later, the mummy was still eating. The king crab only had 1 leg left. Even the crab shell was gone. So this mummy even eats the shell? He wasn't even afraid of being disgusted. Crack! The mummy looked at Han Fei while gnawing, because it had eaten an extra piece of the azure dragon's flesh. The mummy's body had recovered quite a bit. It now looked like a little old man. His eyes slowly became a little rounder. Han Fei was overjoyed. "Senior, you won't believe me. Above the blood pool, the small world had collapsed. But fortunately, there were a few remnant fragments. I took the risk of being shredded to pieces by the spatial turbulence and forced my way in. I managed to retrieve 52 dragon bones for you." Not only did Han Fei not contribute the dragon bones he found, but he also pocketed a dozen dragon bones that Jean Tong gave him. More importantly, he already knew the secret of the dragon bones. If he handed over one, he would lose a wisp of chaotic energy. Look at these 50 dragon bones. That was 50 wisps of chaotic energy. When the power of Tao was thin, it would take him 10 years to accumulate 50 wisps of chaotic energy. If he didn't have enough power of Tao, he would have to accumulate 50 wisps of chaotic energy for 100 years. Therefore, Han Fei felt that he was already generous enough. He had already thrown out 100 years' worth of chaotic energy. Giggle. Okay, the mummy casually threw away half of the crab leg. In a step, he came to Han Fei. He crushed the sun moon shell, and a lot of dragon bones appeared. But in the mummy's hand, the huge dragon bones shrank one after another, and finally turned into short bones several meters long. This time, Han Fei saw that the mummy opened his mouth full of sharp teeth and inhaled, and the chaotic energy, together with the weird red energy, crawled into his body. After sucking more than 20 dragon bones in a row, the mummy's body emitted a crackling sound. Han Fei was very familiar with that sound. It was the sound of bones being put together. This meant that before this, many of the bones in the dried corpse were broken, and now he was repairing the damage to his body. At this moment, this mummy looked more and more like a decaying old man. Han Fei thought, how should I mention it? But then Han Fei thought, anyway, this mummy is delirious. Will there be a problem if I just tell it to him? Han Fei said, "Senior, I'm leaving in a moment. A large number of sea demons in Black Blood City protect the Azure Dragon and bully human beings. I can't tolerate it. Although I'm not strong enough, I'll try my best to hunt the Azure Dragon for you. By the way, Senior, I find that practicing the dragon slaying art seems to require a lot of energy. Junior can see that Senior's dragon devouring art is indeed extraordinary. Well, can you teach me, senior? Giggle, the mummy had sucked almost 30 dragon bones. Hearing Han Fei asking for the dragon swallowing art, he raised his head and looked at Han Fei for a long time. Han Fei felt a little guilty. He thought to himself, shouldn't I ask for such a great art? Giggle, the mummy directly grabbed Han Fei's head. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that Han Fei only had half of his body and the other half was hiding in Forge the Universe, he wouldn't have let the mummy grab him. In the next moment, Han Fei felt that a great art was transmitted into his head again. Dragon Swallowing Art Unrated Introduction. The dragon swallowing art is a great swallowing art that can directly absorb the origin energy of dragons. This is a primeval art that is only effective for dragons or creatures with dragon bloodlines. It can swallow dragon energy, cut off dragon luck, consolidate origin, and refine the body with dragon power. Deduced art, not deductible effect. It can swallow dragon power, dragon energy, and dragon luck. Dragon energy can refine the body. Dragon energy can strengthen the body, and dragon luck can change one's luck. Disadvantage. Once discovered by the dragons, they won't stop until they die. Han Fei's eyes lit up when he saw the word unrated. Just now, Han Fei was afraid that a pioneer Sea Realm expert would suddenly appear. That thing would be useless to him. After all, he couldn't practice it yet. The unrated art meant that he could practice it at any level. Also, this art seemed to be extremely valuable. At least, it was very effective for his current situation. Han Fei was secretly overjoyed. He finally got the dragon swallowing art. It seemed that he hadn't contributed so many dragon bones for nothing. On this island, Han Fei actually had 2 more things to figure out. Firstly, was there anything sealed or suppressed under this grassland? Was there only this old guy in this barren tomb? If so, why did the nautical panorama point here just to let him meet this old man? That was unlikely. However, Han Fei didn't dare to ask about this. What if the thing that the Wall of Death wanted to seal was the mummy and this grassland? What should he do? Although it didn't make sense. If this mummy was going to be sealed, it would be enough to seal him. Why did it have to seal such a large sea area? But what if? What if the person who set up the seal thought it was necessary to seal this old guy with the sea area? Wouldn't it remind this old guy if he asked now? It was obvious that he had indeed been sealed off here by someone. Giggle, at this moment, Han Fei had just received a great art. Before he had time to think, he saw that there were only 5 dragon bones left in the old guy's hand. The breath of this mummy began to grow heavier. His body was much taller than before. The image of the skinny old man changed slightly at this moment, turning into a tall, skinny old man. Han Fei also saw that the old man's eyeballs, although still a little shriveled, could already move. Han Fei thought to himself, did I feed them too much? He was almost sure that if he chopped off another dragon claw and gave it to this mummy, he might be able to restore his former appearance. Maybe he could even regain some of his consciousness. Roar! When the mummy swallowed the last dragon bone, suddenly, Han Fei found that he was already standing at the entrance of the tomb. However, he was not outside the tomb, but inside the tomb. He saw that the mummy's hands were clasped at the entrance of the tomb. There was an invisible force there, blocking the way of Han Fei's mummy. Roar! Crack, crack, crack. Han Fei saw cracks appearing inexplicably in the void at the entrance of the tomb, and they were slowly spreading. As these cracks became denser and larger, Han Fei also saw that the mummy's skin dried up again. Han Fei thought to himself, I seem to have made AF asterisk king mistake. Kacha! As if an invisible mirror suddenly shattered, the next moment the mummy disappeared. Han Fei hurriedly rushed out of the barren tomb. Tens of meters away, the mummy, which had just straightened its body, actually slumped down again. In his heart, the old turtle reminded him he's confused. Fortunately, he consumed too much energy to break the barrier of the tomb. But from today on, the tomb can no longer trap him. As soon as the old turtle spoke, the mummy suddenly turned around and looked at Han Fei. Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. Old turtle, can't you wait? Why are you nagging in someone else's territory? The mummy seemed to remember Han Fei. Confused for a moment, it asked, Who am I? Han Fei was shocked. Did the old guy speak fluently? Han Fei hurriedly said, Senior, you are a dragon slayer. The mummy's body trembled. Yes, dragon slayer, dragon slayer. Where are the dragons? Han Fei swallowed and immediately said, The dragons are protected by Black Blood City. Black Blood City is trying to destroy the human race. The mummy roared. How dare you? Then Han Fei saw this person crazily rush to the edge of the grassland. Boom! In an instant, on this grassland, in the arrays that Han Fei thought were useless, purple chains suddenly emerged. The chains immediately latched onto the mummy. Immediately afterward, countless purple lightning bolts bombarded it. In a moment, endless purple lightning roared out and swept across this world indiscriminately. Although these lightning bolts were all aimed at the mummy, but occasionally an electric arc hit Han Fei. Just one electric arc made half of Han Fei's body numb. The mummy, as if it couldn't be killed, was still struggling and roaring. You're not dead. I know you're not dead. You want to seal me here? You're dreaming. BM, Han Fei saw that the mummy was struggling and purple chains were breaking one after another. But suddenly, a purple line bombarded Han Fei's body. In an instant, Han Fei's body disintegrated. Twin in one. Han Fei suddenly disappeared from the grassland. When Han Fei came back to himself, he was shocked. Without hesitation, Han Fei landed on the island and flew in the direction of the grassland again. The old turtle couldn't help but ask, You've already come out. Why are you still going there? Ignoring the impact of the void cracks, Han Fei accelerated crazily and said casually, Who did he say was not dead? It must be about the secret of the cage. I have to go there. This is not crazy. Let's see what else he can say. Chapter 1572. When he came back, Han Fei was also thinking, What level of power was that just now? I was just touched by a bolt of lightning, and the white mist body was blown up. Han Fei couldn't determine the level of the lightning. However, the power of that purple lightning definitely exceeded the combat power of the so-called half-king level. After all, Han Fei had once borrowed the combat power of a half-king level, but it was far less powerful and terrifying than that purple lightning. Han Fei thought to himself, Damn it, isn't this a very bad divination? But he was more cautious. Even if it was a very auspicious divination, he still came in as a white mist to see what was going on. Therefore, even if the white mist body was smashed, it wouldn't be able to kill him. The distance of 10,000 kilometers was not a distance at all for Han Fei. However, when Han Fei came to the periphery of the grassland again, he had been torn all over by the void cracks. The ultra-quality battle suit on his body had been completely shattered at this time. On the grassland, it looked very calm from a distance, as if nothing had happened. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, is it over so soon? Just now, there was a shocking purple lightning bombardment, but now there was nothing left? Or is it already over? Of course, when he really set foot on the grassland, Han Fei didn't dare to be careless. After all, he lost 200 years of vitality when he was blown up just now. So, Han Fei activated the white mist body again. In order to prevent accidents, Han Fei also set up coiled turtle arrays one after another, and finally condensed into a super large coiled turtle array. In addition to the great coiled turtle array, Han Fei also set up an 8-line life-locking array to lock his life gate. After doing all this, Han Fei stepped into the grassland again. However, as soon as he stepped on the grassland, Han Fei saw purple lightning surging all over the sky. Wow, so I can only see it when I come in? At this time, the mummified old guy was holding a blade and hitting the purple lightning horizontally. Who knew where his blade came from? With just a casual grab, a khaki-colored blade light burst out from his hand. That saber light easily cut through the purple lightning. At this time, the place where Han Fei entered was still on the edge. So at this moment, no purple lightning could hit him. The mummified old man roared crazily, "Do you think you can trap me? I will eventually return and slaughter you under my blade." Han Fei was very sure that this old guy must be crazy. However, there seemed to be a great secret hidden in his crazy words. In the sky above the prairie, purple lightning surged violently. The old fellow had been struck by several lightning bolts, but it seemed as if nothing had happened. Han Fei frowned. Is this old guy so strong? Even his white mist body couldn't withstand the purple lightning, but this old guy seemed to be able to deal with it with ease. Just what level was the power of this purple lightning? At the very least, he had to have the strength of a half-king. However, even such a purple thunderbolt could be shattered in the mummy's hands with a single slash. Sometimes, when a blade swept towards him, Han Fei had to dodge quickly. If he didn't dodge, he would definitely be struck to death. Just now, when the mummy opened the barren tomb, it must have used up a large amount of energy. Now, this thunderous momentum did not seem to have weakened at all. The two sides were locked in a stalemate for a long time. The old man seemed to be a little exhausted, and his whole body became shriveled again. Obviously, he was unable to break the seal on this grassland. After holding on for a long time, the purple thunderbolt had obviously weakened a bit, but the old guy seemed to be unable to hit it anymore. Han Fei had been watching from the side, wondering if he should help this mummy-like old guy or not. If he was still sealed by this old guy, it was unlikely that he would continue to get benefits. Frowning, Han Fei immediately threw a sun-moon shell at him and shouted, "Senior, tell me, how on earth can I break this seal? And who is still alive? What secrets are there under this grassland? I will do my best to get you out." As soon as the mummy saw the sun-moon shell that Han Fei threw at him, his body instantly appeared in front of it. Kacha! 10 dragon bones appeared, and the mummy took a deep breath and swallowed more than 10 streaks of chaotic energy and red, unknown power. At that moment, the mummy became spirited and shouted again, "Cunning dragon, when I get out, I will definitely tear you into pieces." The mummy used its hand as a saber and swung the saber repeatedly. As it destroyed the purple lightning, it shouted, "Evil dragon, you slaughtered millions of my people. Just wait for the day I get out, and I'll do my best to slaughter your dragon race." Hiss! Dragon race? The dragon race slaughtered billions of humans? That's why this person hates the dragon clan so much, and that's why he's always thinking about slaying dragons. In less than 10 minutes, Han Fei felt that the mummy couldn't hold on any longer, so he shouted again, "Senior, I can help you slay the dragon, but you have to tell me something. What secrets are there under this grassland? What secrets are there in this cage?" As if knowing that he couldn't fight anymore, the mummy turned his head to look at Han Fei and glanced at him. It was this look that made Han Fei suddenly feel that the whole world was still. Han Fei only felt that the picture in front of him changed, and he appeared in a strange world that he had never seen before. At first, Han Fei's position was extremely high, and the scene in front of him changed. In the hundreds of thousands of miles of territory, countless human beings were bustling about. Countless trivial pictures were fleeting, like flowers in a mirror and the moon in the water. However, Han Fei saw 100,000 strong men who were practicing martial arts in a huge square. These people were bare-chested, with bulging muscles and sweating profusely. Their chests and backs were engraved with identical dragon patterns. In Han Fei's perception, since they loved dragon tattoos so much, the dragon must be their faith and totem. In fact, it was true, because Han Fei saw a grand sacrifice. In the ceremony, the drums were like thunder and countless people were praying, shouting, offering sacrifices to a huge azure dragon statue. The picture changed again. Han Fei passed through all kinds of towns and cities. The layout of these places was somewhat similar to that of the yin yang heaven. On the streets, people came and went, and it was very lively. However, these didn't seem to be the focus because Han Fei saw a winding giant city standing in the sky. In an instant, a gloomy air blew over. Han Fei raised his head again, only to see a 10,000-meter-long azure dragon, tearing the sky and the earth with its claws, spewing wind and sword rain from its mouth, slaughtering the city below with all its might. There was more than one such azure dragon, but there were many of them. When Han Fei saw this scene, he was a little horrified. Wait, they like you so much. Why are you offering sacrifices to them? Why are you slaughtering them? However, those azure dragons killed countless humans with their mouths opened and closed. The mountains in the distance collapsed one after another, and the city was also filled with smoke. Above the floating city was the immortal palace, which was completely shattered and full of smoke and fire. At this moment, Han Fei did realize that this was one of the 36 immortal palaces. The reason was that the continuous floating city looked like the body of a dragon. But just now, Han Fei didn't see the dragon head part. And this big city above the sky, when tilted down, was obviously in the shape of a dragon head. Wow, dragon subduing heaven? In Han Fei's mind, the first thing that came to mind was the dragon subduing heaven that old Han once mentioned. However, it seemed to be different from the dragon subduing heaven that old Han mentioned. According to old Han, the dragon subduing heaven was symbolized and worshipped by the legendary ancient dragon. But in fact, a creature like a dragon had never appeared at all. However, this was obviously not right. If this was not the dragon subduing heaven, where could it be? In the entire 36 immortal palaces, only they had contact with creatures like dragons, even if it was just as a spiritual belief. Sacrifice? Wow, Han Fei suddenly thought of something. How did the old turtle come here? He summoned the old turtle after he practiced the majestic mystic spell to the extreme. At that time, the old turtle was also ferocious and seemed to be able to kill him. This dragon subduing heaven must have encountered a similar thing. However, they weren't as lucky as him. The dragons that should have disappeared from the sight of human beings, for some reason, came again. And these azure dragons were not friendly. They were slaughtering the dragon, subduing heaven. Immediately afterward, the picture turned into various chasing battles. The battlefield between human beings and dragons began. From this picture, Han Fei saw a young man walking out of the collapsed immortal palace. The young man visited everywhere, asking for help, but was repeatedly rejected. After all, the battle between human beings and dragons didn't affect other immortal palaces. This young expert might be a king. Although he didn't get any help, he didn't want to be outdone. He led a number of strong masters and began his career of slaying dragons. Han Fei even followed the young man to a relic. Han Fei saw the fish book in the young man's hand. There were dragon slaying technique, Xian Yellow Sutra, dragon swallowing technique, and other great skills. Seeing this, Han Fei realized that these things didn't belong to this man, but were obtained in some relic. The last picture Han Fei saw was that this young expert led the strong masters of the human race to chase an azure dragon to a barren sea area. They found the wall of death. Wait, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. This wall of death had existed long before these people, and the azure dragon came? Yes. In theory, the dragon subduing heaven and the yin yang heaven were established at the same time. If this person was from the dragon subduing heaven, then his era was almost the age of doom. In fact, Han Fei knew that although the 36 immortal palaces used to be allies, they had more or less changed. For example, the yin yang heaven and the waterwood heaven had moved away. For example, something must have happened to the golden crow heaven. Otherwise, why would the fire tree come to the waterwood heaven? For example, the king of the dragons subduing heaven might have been obsessed with killing dragons. Also, the immortal palaces like the Grand Pure One and the Wuji heaven that I mentioned were clearly enemies. For a moment, Han Fei was confused. See, demons and dragons wreak havoc on all the races in the world. Why are you still fighting among yourselves? Although Han Fei thought a lot in his mind, he couldn't change history. At this moment, the story of this young man didn't seem to be over yet. The young man and the azure dragon fell into the wall of death and were both seriously injured. In the end, the young man led his subordinates and dismembered the azure dragon at the risk of his life. He performed some kind of Shantian technique and swallowed the dragon's body. It was like a snake swallowing an elephant. Then, the young man placed the dragon's head in the south and the dragon's tail in the north, separating them forever. By doing this, the young man probably meant, even if I die, I won't let you have a good time. I'll let you be separated from your head and tail forever and never have a good end. Han Fei thought to himself, this old guy is really ruthless. But unexpectedly, the plot was reversed. However, when the young man was dying, there was still a wisp of the slaughtered azure dragon's soul that was still alive. Taking advantage of the young man's half-death, the azure dragon launched a sneak attack. Not only did it kill the young man's subordinates, but it also suppressed the young man under this grassland. Immediately, the young man exploded in anger. He regretted not being able to kill the song dragon even after so much effort. So he tried his best to severely injure the azure dragon's remnant soul again. Unfortunately, this didn't completely kill the azure dragon. The azure dragon's remnant soul fled out of the cage. The furious young man died with his eyes wide open. However, this young man actually set up a strange altar and attracted infinite darkness. In the end, even he and his subordinates who had just died all turned into undead creatures. Seeing this, Han Fei's scalp went numb. So this mummy is already an undead creature? How the hell do you look like an undead creature? Chapter 1573. Maybe this was the story of the mummy from the beginning to the end. Han Fei didn't even know his name, nor did anyone write it down. After all, there was no sound in the picture, so he must have used voice transmission. Therefore, Han Fei had no idea. However, Han Fei could tell that this mummy should be the master of the dragon-subduing sky, a real king. After all, the requirement of the dragon-slaying technique was the sea expansion realm, which undoubtedly proved his identity. When Han Fei came back to his senses, he found that the lightning arcs around him had weakened. Although this was a high-level array set up by the Dragon Clan, no matter how powerful it was, it still needed energy to maintain. This cage could only constantly absorb energy from the outside and deprive the mummy of the opportunity to obtain energy. In this way, it could restrain the mummy. And the mummy also had extraordinary means. He had refined the desolate tomb into his own, making it feel like home, although this home was imprisoned, and even leaving the house had to overcome the restrictions of the outside world. However, Han Fei's appearance broke this rule. After all, Han Fei was just feeding the mummy the chaotic energy, and it was a lot of chaotic energy. At least, in Han Fei's eyes, it was a lot of chaotic energy. Besides, Han Fei just fed it a piece of real dragon meat. Han Fei's help seemed to have given the mummy the power to break the rules. Therefore, he just broke free from the shackles of the desolate tomb and walked to the grassland at this moment. The lightning arcs had weakened, but the mummy had no more power. The desolate tomb appeared, and the mummy seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. His voice once again became hoarse and intermittent. One day, I will return. Han Fei naturally didn't intend to destroy the array on the grassland. After all, no matter how weak the power of lightning was, it was still the power of the sea expansion realm. If he went up, he would just be killed. Besides, Han Fei wasn't sure what this old guy would do after he let him go. Maybe he would fight his way into Black Blood City. Of course, he cared more about slaying the dragon. He would definitely look for the azure dragon all over the world. If he managed to break free from the cage or destroy the wall of death, Han Fei would not be able to accept that. Therefore, Han Fei only shouted to the dry corpse that was about to enter the grave, "Senior, I will certainly try my best to find the whereabouts of the azure dragon and slay it as soon as possible. Hearing Han Fei's words, the mummy pushed Han Fei out of the grassland. As for himself, he once again fell into the crack of the desolate tomb. After leaving the grassland, the old turtle couldn't help but say, "You actually succeeded in deceiving him. Just now, you seem to have fallen into a strange state. What happened?" Han Fei shook his head. "It's just some stories about this person, which happened after the Age of Doom. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know. I have something important to ask you. Let's return to Firestone Island first." Han Fei didn't want to stay here for long, although the information he learned today was shocking enough. However, that was only a grudge between the mummies and the dragons. Moreover, this happened after the 36 profound heavens, after the Age of Chaos. At least, Han Fei knew that the Wall of Death didn't exist because of the mummy or the azure dragon. He couldn't find the purpose of the Wall of Death from here. But even so, the nautical panorama was clearly pointing here. Han Fei didn't believe that the nautical panorama was wrong. Otherwise, there was a reason why the young man and the azure dragon chose this grassland. After slaying the dragon, the young man chose to die here, intending to end his life. Unfortunately, things happened again and again, and he didn't want to die. However, Han Fei didn't know what method he used to attract the arrival of the death energy, so that he could practice the art of immortality and become an undead creature. In Han Fei's mind, the death energy should only be produced in endless wars, right? But where did the death energy come from on this grassland? It would be more reasonable if you set it in the Death Valley. Another point was that since this mummy had turned into an undead creature, then his former subordinates should have also become undead creatures, right? Firestone Island. As soon as Han Fei returned to the general's mansion in the form of black fog, he didn't immediately practice the dragon swallowing technique, but asked, "Old Yuan, tell me honestly, if a person practices the art of immortality, how long can he live after becoming an undead creature?" At present, Han Fei's understanding of lifespan was only limited to human beings. Generally speaking, the Venerable Realm would go downhill from 5,000 years old. Since it began to go downhill, it couldn't be said that his strength fell rapidly. It could only be said that every time he fought, his death would be accelerated. Even if Han Fei embarked on the Tianqi Great Way, his lifespan would only be increased to 10,000 years. Perhaps only these special races could survive for 100,000 years like the water immortals. The old turtle couldn't help asking, "Why do you suddenly ask this?" Han Fei said, "That mummy came to this island after coming to the Wall of Death. It was he who summoned a large amount of death energy and turned into an undead creature. Not only him, but all of his subordinates had also become undead creatures. What do you think?" Han Fei's explanation was very clear. Jin Tong had given him so many dragon bones. Could it be that they were really useless to him? Or did he know that the grassland was suppressed by the array, so he didn't dare to enter the grassland? Even if Jin Tong was a fake king, he didn't have the power to fight against the purple lightning like the mummy did. If the mummy didn't save him, he would be struck to death as soon as he reached the grassland. Now, Han Fei was very suspicious that the Golden Boy and Jade Girl were the mummy's subordinates. Therefore, they all stayed on this forbidden island. "Wait, you mean that person is an undead creature?" The old turtle immediately said, "That's impossible. I can't even tell whether a person is an undead creature or not. That person can't be an undead creature. If he is an undead creature, what does he need to eat? Undead creatures rely on death energy to cultivate. Theoretically, the more they die, the stronger their cultivation will be. This is the fundamental reason why the relationship between the Immortal City and the Demon Beast Alliance is not good. Because what the Undying loved to see the most was death. However, they also know that they were originally human beings, so they don't want human beings to go extinct." Han Fei was stunned for a long time. "Aren't they undead?" Wait, Han Fei saw. The mummy summoned death energy. Han Fei also saw. The mummy tried to turn into an undead creature. However, what he saw was just a picture, a fragmented memory. He didn't see everything clearly. Now, after hearing the old turtle's words, Han Fei was a little uncertain. Han Fei turned his head and asked, "Old Yuan, how long can the king live? Can the king live for 100,000 years?" The old turtle pondered. 100,000 years? After I opened the sea, I felt that I could live more than 1,000,000 years. What's the big deal about 100,000 years? Han Fei. Han Fei cleared his mind and asked again, "Then let's not talk about the mummy now. Let's talk about the golden boy and jade girl. You said that the golden boy is at most a fake king, right? Do you think they can live for tens of thousands of years? Humans shouldn't be able to." The old turtle said leisurely, "If I tell you that the undead creatures have no lifespan at all, what do you think?" No lifespan? The old turtle sneered. Think about it. They are dead creatures in the first place. As long as there is death energy, they can survive and grow. When there is enough death energy, they will grow. When there is not enough death energy, they will be weakened. Or, when there is not enough death energy, the undead creatures can devour each other. So, in theory, the more they devour, the stronger they will become. Of course, there must be a continuous supply of death energy. When they run out of death energy, they will be completely annihilated after they are annihilated. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Is it so terrible? No lifespan? Only life and death? The old turtle snorted. What else do you think? Generally speaking, the undead creatures can't tolerate each other. They will try to devour each other to make themselves grow. You human beings are special because the living and the dead are together, and you have a common enemy. If the undead don't fight, the living will also die. In the end, everyone will become undead, and it will be meaningless to kill each other. Gulp, Han Fei swallowed. So the golden boy and jade girl are probably left by the mummy? The undead city had enough resources to provide for these undead. Wasn't it enough to fight every day and year? However, the old turtle suddenly said, "I don't care about that. I don't care whether he was left by the mummy or not. After all, they are human beings. I gave you the dragon bones, and you told them everything. You did them a favor. Now you can really release the mummy as long as you want." Han Fei shook his head. "I don't want to." The old turtle said, "I know you don't want to. Based on the mummy's condition, although it wasn't an undead creature, it wasn't a normal king either. According to his conditions, he should have died a long time ago if he didn't become an undead creature." Smack, Han Fei slapped his thigh. That's right. That's right. He is only skin and bones. He should have died a long time ago. But look at him. He can eat, drink, and fight. He doesn't look like he will die at all. The old turtle said leisurely, "If he has been sleeping, it is also possible. He only wakes up when he needs it. Most of the time, he seals himself in the grave. With the conditions of a king, it is indeed possible for him to survive. But as long as they go out, they can possess anyone or reincarnate, and they will still have a chance to rise again." Han Fei frowned. "Then isn't the king immortal?" The old turtle sneered. "Who can live forever? There is a limit. The limit of reincarnation is generally only 3 times. After that, you can't reincarnate anymore. I've told you before, most people can't even achieve it a second time. They can only reincarnate once." Han Fei shrugged. "That's right, but that's too unbelievable. If he could cultivate to the monarch realm, then reincarnate and cultivate to the monarch realm again, it would be enough. It was very likely that he could go further." After confirming the lifespan of the undead, Han Fei focused his attention on the azure dragon again. It was obvious that the azure dragon had run away. Now that it had run away, Han Fei had to wonder if the dragon corpse in his Forge the Universe was the one that the mummy had been chasing. Chapter 1574. Han Fei couldn't help but think about this matter. According to the time when I caught the dragon subduing Immortal Palace was after the palace moved here. Isn't this a bit too much of a coincidence? Even the old turtle, an emperor of the Age of Gods, had never seen a dragon. Old Han also said that the dragon was just a totem of the dragon subduing heaven. However, it happened to be in this cage and had a great battle with the dragon. But it didn't die completely. I said that in the void, this dragon traveled through the void and picked up treasures in the void. It happened to encounter the eye of the heavenly path and was almost destroyed in both soul and soul. If I hadn't saved it, it would have died. If one were to look at it from another perspective, the Azure Dragon was escaping with the intention of traveling through the void. However, it happened to encounter the eye of the heavenly path. It was already heavily injured, and it was almost killed. Fortunately, I saved it. However, I also have a purpose. I wanted to guard the source water. That's why there is this legend about the dragon. In fact, from the beginning to the end, there was only this dragon. Han Fei was shocked by his own idea. If this was the case, then this ancient corpse of the Azure Dragon might be the one that the mummy was chasing. This Azure Dragon destroyed the dragon subduing heaven and was full of misdeeds. If his guess was correct, it would be impossible to return its body to it easily. Of course, nothing was absolute. However, the dragon subduing heaven used to worship the dragon race and its totem. Why did everyone turn against each other when the true dragon appeared? Han Fei didn't know the reason. Han Fei pondered for a moment. There were some things that he might have to ask the Golden Boy and Jade Girl. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei regained his vitality and didn't learn the dragon swallowing technique. Han Fei was still waiting for the response from the front line. Now, Han Fei wasn't worried at all that the Black Blood City would come to retaliate, nor did he believe that the Black Killer Snail King would come directly. The Black Killer Snail King was a cautious person. The sea demon, Sacred Land, couldn't have been built overnight. It must have been set up for 100 years. If Han Fei hadn't seen through it in advance, the Black Killer Snail King wouldn't have attacked the Scattered Stars Island immediately. Even if they had to fight, they would have tried to make a comeback and help each other from the inside and outside. Therefore, the Black Killer Snail King was a smart conk. Now that Han Fei appeared in the Immortal City, he had to think, since Han Fei is here, will others come? Since Han Fei was already here, why did he kill someone to sign up so confidently? What was Han Fei's purpose? It was obvious that they were trying to lure him over. Because of these potential factors, Han Fei concluded that the Black Killer Snail King wouldn't come. At least he wouldn't come now. Although the Black Killer Snail King wouldn't come, Han Fei predicted that he would send someone to check it out. Everyone had the same mentality. They couldn't mobilize a group of people to strengthen the defense line just because they claimed to be Han Fei. The next day, Han Fei was repairing the foundation of some beginner explorers when Yi Qian appeared next to him with a swish. Yi Qian said, "Someone from Black Blood City has come to see you." Oh, Han Fei smiled. Everyone is free to do whatever you want. It's still the same. Don't leave the island without my order. After a while, on the fourth island, Han Fei heard someone shouting, "Where is Han Fei of the human race? Come out and meet me." When Han Fei saw the man, he sneered. It was Chao Xian, a man whom Han Fei had met once. As a newcomer to the Immortal City, all of Han Fei's actions were being watched by those strong masters. Everyone wanted to see what kind of waves he could set off. Han Fei appeared in the sea and faced Chao Xian calmly. "Stray dog, you didn't hesitate to damage your own cultivation to escape from me. Who gave you the courage to come face to face with me today?" Chao Xian was about to continue shouting when he suddenly saw Han Fei's face. His expression changed slightly. It's really this guy. Yesterday, 2 venerables died in the Immortal City, and the Black Killer Snail King was furious. In recent years, nothing had been going well. In just 2 years, 9 venerables from Black Blood City died in the cage. This was a heavy blow. After all, how many venerables were there in the entire Black Blood City? Chao Xian asked, "It's really you?" Gonfong and the other human venerables were looking at the battlefield quietly. Judging from Chao Xian's expression and tone, he didn't seem to be lying. Chao Xian said, "My king asked me to tell you that you and everyone else in the immortal city should be prepared to face my king's wrath." Han Fei tilted his head and smiled. "Anything else? Why didn't he tell me himself?" Chao Xian snorted. "How can you compare to my king? Ha ha ha. Really? Back then, when I killed his demi-monarch projection, I didn't kill him? I killed an ironhead fish?" On the immortal city's side, many people were shocked. They had always known that Han Fei killed a half-king, but those were all Han Fei's own words. It was only because Han Fei could completely crush Qinxiang that everyone chose to believe him. But now that he looked at it, it seemed to be true. Han Fei killed the projection of the Black Killer Snail King? Even if it was just a projection, it was still the Black Killer Snail King. For a moment, many people looked at Han Fei in a different way. It seemed that this fellow's background was even greater than what he said. Chao Xian's face was livid. Han Fei was as arrogant as ever. However, it was precisely this fellow who had forcefully destroyed all of Black Blood City's great plans. This was a fight to the death. However, Chao Xian knew why he was here. He was here to confirm Han Fei's identity, not to challenge him. So, facing Han Fei's mockery, he only sneered. Chao Xian shouted, "People of the immortal city, my king has ordered you to hand over Han Fei in 3 days. Otherwise, the Black Blood City and the immortal city will go to war." Gonfong responded indifferently, "Go back and tell the Black Killer Snail King that human beings are never afraid of war. If you want to fight, come on." Han Fei couldn't help but look back at Gonfong. This man was straightforward and didn't even hesitate. Since the half-king was calling for war, the other venerables and explorers naturally followed suit. Fight! 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 After Chao Xian left, Han Fei and Gonfong looked at each other. After exchanging a look, Han Fei returned to the Firestone Island. As soon as he returned to the Firestone Island, Han Fei left quietly again. Originally, Han Fei didn't want to go to the Forbidden Island. He seemed to be able to see that there was a huge secret buried deep under the Forbidden Island. However, the behavior of Gonfong and the others today was too abnormal. They were too straightforward. A full-scale war between the Immortal City and the Black Blood City? In theory, it was naturally impossible to open it. Even if another 20 venerables from the Black Blood Pool died, human beings still couldn't defeat them. Therefore, it took a lot of courage for the Immortal City to accept the war. Besides, it required enough trust in oneself. That was the problem of trust. Outside the Forbidden Island, Han Fei stood on the shore. He turned his hand, and the death bone sun appeared in his hand. Woo, woo, woo. After thinking for a while, Han Fei began to play the sun. A sobbing melody came from the death bone sun. About 100 breaths later, the void was torn apart, and Jean Tong walked out of it with a smile. The golden boy said in a childish voice, "We meet again so soon." Han Fei stared at the golden boy with glowing eyes. In Forge the Universe, the nautical panorama turned slightly and pointed at the golden boy. Although he had expected this, Han Fei was still relieved to see the answer. Han Fei said, "Are you from the 5th Immortal Palace, the dragon subduing heaven?" When he heard the words, dragon subduing heaven, even the golden boy, who was as strong as a king, slightly shivered his eyelids. With his arms hanging down, the golden boy looked at Han Fei solemnly. "It seems that you met the palace master." Han Fei couldn't help but smile. "I almost couldn't make it out. So, the reason why you dare not enter that grassland is because of the purple thunder array on the grassland. Only one lightning arc is needed to kill a normal mid-level venerable. Even a peak-level venerable can't withstand a few bombardments." The golden boy smiled. "When you went to look for the dragon bones, I knew that you had met the palace master. You met the palace master, survived, and came out safely. More importantly, you have the Palace Master's trust. You are definitely not the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei grinned. What do you mean? Chen Xiang was also the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, but she didn't even know the Yin Heaven. She didn't even know her own territory, let alone the dragon-subduing heaven. However, you concluded that I came from the dragon-subduing heaven and even knew that we were the fifth. Based on this alone, you can't be Chen Xiang. Han Fei sneered. Maybe I learned it from your palace master? The golden boy shook his head. There was indeed a big array on the grassland, and there were murals we left. But there was never any mention of our origins. At that time, the palace master was half crazy, and the purple dragon array had already broken out. We all died before the murals were finished. In the end, the palace master sacrificed her soul and flesh to cast a forbidden technique, summoned the immortal mist, and transformed us all into undead creatures. With that, the golden boy looked at Han Fei solemnly. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Jin Tong, the left guardian of the dragon-subduing heaven. Well, don't say that you are the supreme commander anymore. Han Fei smiled faintly. You can regard me as the next immortal master of the Yin Heaven, the ninth immortal master, Han Fei. The golden boy was obviously stunned by Han Fei's words. After a long time he said, If I don't become a king, how can I be the master? Han Fei said leisurely, prepared. The golden boy. Chapter 1575. Han Fei revealed his identity because he needed to cooperate with Jin Tong at this critical moment and wanted to get some information from him. Since it was a cooperation, there had to be a basis. Therefore, Han Fei negotiated with Jin Tong as the master of the Yin Heaven for the first time. Although he knew that he was far from being the master of the Yin Heaven, he didn't dare to challenge him. They looked at each other for a moment, and Jin Tong finally laughed. Okay. You didn't ask me to come here just to tell me everything, did you? Han Fei asked. You wouldn't ask me if I didn't ask you for help? Jin Tong smiled, at least not for the time being. Those dragon bones can only be used by the dragon-taming heaven's unique technique. So, you must have given them all to the master. However, the master still hasn't come out, which means that there aren't enough dragon bones. Han Fei thought to himself, I can release the mummy right now if I want to. That purple dragon formation was nothing more than the accumulation of power from outside the formation over countless years. Now, the desolate tomb has been broken. As long as the mummy has enough dragon bones, it should be able to break this array. Of course, Han Fei wouldn't tell Jin Tong that. The mummy was a time bomb. He wouldn't release it before he was able to control it. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, What's the name of your master? Jin Tong didn't hide it at all. He said, straightforwardly, My master, Zhao Xianglong. Han Fei couldn't help sweating. This name is really not creative at all. Zhao Xianglong from the dragon-taming heaven? From the sound of it, it sounded like a muscular man. Han Fei said, Okay, since you have nothing to ask me now, let me ask you first. First of all, what's the secret under this island? Instead of answering directly, Jin Tong said, I have something to ask. You said that you are the reserve ninth immortal master. So, as long as you can do one thing, the immortal city, and I will stand on your side unconditionally. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. You mean save your master? Jin Tong nodded slightly. Yes, the master's strength is beyond our reach. As long as the purple dragon array is broken and the master comes out of seclusion, Black Blood City won't be a problem at all. Han Fei quickly responded, Let's not talk about whether or not I can save him for now. Even if I did manage to save him, you said that he was already half mad when you fell. But what I saw was complete madness. The only thing he knew was to slay dragons. How could there be any dragons in the Yin Heaven? I'm afraid that instead of slaughtering the dragons, my Yin Heaven will be slaughtered. Jean Tong's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a crisp voice suddenly sounded. The palace master may be crazy about slaying dragons, but he will never attack humans. Do you know that the palace master's dragon-slaying incident was caused by the Dragon Clan's massacre of the human world? Han Fei looked in the direction of Death Valley. The one who said that should be the Jade Maiden. Jean Tong made an affectionate gesture. You've been to Death Valley before. You should know that it's very safe there. Han Fei really wanted to roll his eyes at the golden boy. Safety? That place is filled with death energy. If not for our cooperation, Death Valley would be one of the most dangerous places in this cage. You're telling me it's safe? However, Han Fei still nodded slightly. He had met the Jade Maiden once, and he even threatened her for a death-boned son. A moment later, the Death Valley was full of bones. Seeing the golden bones, Han Fei couldn't help but point at them and ask, "Is this the indestructible golden body?" Jean Tong said, "The golden bones and the indestructible golden body are two different things. The golden bones are just a special body tempering method. There are many people in the dragon-slaying heaven who can practice golden bones." Han Fei nodded slightly, and then he nodded at the indifferent woman and said, "I can't do my best to save your palace master just because of what you said. Besides, even though I'm quite confident, I'm only at the mid-level venerable realm. You want me to touch the purple dragon array. Do you think I can even move?" Jean Tong nodded slightly. "Although you're very good at arrays, as you said, your level is still low. So we need you to promise us." The Jade Maiden continued, "We need you to swear to the great Tao that you must find a way to break the purple dragon array in 1,000 years, whether you become a king or not. If you're the reserve deity master of the 9th Immortal Palace, 1,000 years is not a short time." Jean Tong continued, "You're extremely talented. We've seen that for a long time. Just like my master, anyone who can become the master of a palace must be extremely talented and powerful. You're already on the path to becoming a king. If someone can save my master, the Jade Maiden, and I can protect you." Seeing that Jean Tong and the Jade Maiden agreed, Han Fei immediately said, "Wait a minute. You want me to save him? But what I'm worried about is not whether I can save him or not. What I'm worried about is how you can guarantee that he won't do anything to harm the Yin-Yang heaven." Jean Tong and the Jade Maiden looked at each other. In the end, Jean Tong nodded slightly, and the Jade Maiden said, "That's one of the reasons why we chose you. In fact, there are still 2 parts of the dragon body in this cage." Huh. Although Han Fei knew what the Jade Maiden wanted to say, he was still slightly taken aback. She said, "When we entered this cage, my master found that the seal of this cage was too extraordinary. Without special means, we could only enter but not get out. We followed our master to slaughter the dragon, roamed the entire cage, and finally killed it. To punish the cruelty of the Dragon Clan, the palace master sealed the dragon's head and tail in 2 extremely dangerous places in this cage. He sealed part of the dragon's soul in them and tortured it every day. Finally, his soul was completely strangled in the dangerous places." Han Fei's blood froze as he listened. Indeed, it was exactly as he saw. Zhao Xianglong obviously hated the Azure Dragon to the core. He had killed the Azure Dragon, but he didn't want it to die in vain, so he had to torture it. Now, part of the dragon had escaped, but he was suppressed in grassland, unable to get out for 10,000 years. However, Han Fei pretended to be stunned for a moment and quickly asked, "Which 2 places?" Jean Tong said, "You've already been to one of them. It's under the grassland where my master is. You should have seen a grave on the grassland, right?" Han Fei nodded. "I've been there." Jean Tong and the Jade Maiden looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect that Han Fei could come out safely after facing the palace master. Jean Tong continued, "In the depths of the grave there's an underground abyss where the dragon's tail is suppressed." Han Fei was surprised. "The dragon's tail is here?" Jean Tong said, because the abyss under the grassland is an extremely dangerous place. That's the place where life and death meet. The reason why my master was able to use the forbidden technique and find the mist of immortality was because of the existence of that place. Guru, Han Fei swallowed. That's F asterisk king, right? He knew that the nautical panorama wouldn't make a mistake, since it pointed out that there was something wrong with the grassland. There must be something wrong. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What about the other place?" Jean Tong said, "The other place is in the Forest of Horrors. There's an abyss in the Forest of Horrors that is exactly the same as the abyss under the grassland. As for the specific location, it's in the deepest part of the Forest of Horrors." Han Fei rolled his eyes at the two of them and said, "You two, do you really think I'm too old to live? I can enter the grassland where your palace master is. I can also enter the desolate grave. However, it doesn't mean that I can go to the abyss. Your palace master eats dragons. Is there anything he can't eat? Also, for the Forest of Horrors to be one of the 4 major factions of the Cage of Horrors, there must be a fake king among them, right?" The Jade Maiden looked at Han Fei. "Since you are the 9th immortal master, once you become a king, even if you reach the peak level of the Venerable Realm, who can be your match in the Prison of Horrors? After all, you are now strong enough to fight a peak-level Venerable head-on, aren't you?" Han Fei was speechless. He felt that he had dug a hole for himself. Han Fei smiled bitterly. "Do you really believe that I can reach the peak level of the Venerable Realm from the intermediate Venerable Realm within 1,000 years? The Jade Maiden and Jean Tong both nodded. Han Fei found this scene a bit absurd. The Jade Maiden explained, "Don't forget, when was the first time I saw you?" Han Fei was speechless this time. He couldn't refute the Jade Maiden's question. When he met her for the first time, he was only a junior explorer. Han Fei couldn't help but say, "At that time I hid my strength." The Jade Maiden replied, "Not much." Han Fei. Before Han Fei could refute, the Jade Maiden continued, "We think highly of you. As you said, if you are the immortal master of the Yin Yang Heaven, not the Waterwood Heaven, you can't be from the Waterwood Heaven. If that's the case, your growth should be even faster." Han Fei asked, "Why?" The Jean Tong said in a childish voice, "Because the Yin Yang technique is weird. The Yin Yang Heaven once fought the Grand Pure Realm and the Wuji Realm head-on without being defeated." "Wow." Han Fei took a breath and said, "You mean the first immortal palace and the third immortal palace?" Han Fei remembered what his mother told him. The Grand Pure Realm and the Wuji Realm were clear enemies. Their immortal palaces were ranked first and third, respectively, so they couldn't be weak. There was no ranking in the 36 towns. There were differences in the 36 towns. In order to distinguish the strong from the weak, the villages even held resource competitions. How could there be no ranking in the 36 heavens? Hearing the Jean Tong and the Jade Maiden's words, Han Fei thought of something. "So, do you mean that I can use the dragon head and the dragon tail to lure your palace master out of the Yin Yang Heaven?" The Jade Maiden nodded. "That's right." Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. In fact, a period of 1,000 years was too long. What a joke! He still had forged the universe. If he used it, 1,000 years would be more than 10,000 years. After a moment of silence, Han Fei said, "One last question. You said that there was only the dragon head and the dragon tail, but why was there a dragon corpse under the Blood Sea?" The Jean Tong said casually, "My king slayed more than one dragon. That dragon corpse was sacrificed to the gods with an ancient method, hoping to find reinforcements to save my king. Unfortunately, I only summoned a bronze gate. That gate was so weird that it completely isolated the Azure Dragon. Even I couldn't use the dragon corpse." Han Fei was shocked, and the old turtle said leisurely, "So it was a sacrifice. That makes sense. Most sacrifices in this world have problems, so it's reasonable for them to have problems." Han Fei thought that this was a good idea. When he was stronger in the future, he could use this method to save himself a way out. Han Fei said, "Okay, deal." First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1576. Swear by the Great Tao. Han Fei had so many Great Tao. God knew which Great Tao he had sworn to. In short, Han Fei found a random Great Tao and made a Great Tao oath. This matter was settled just like that. However, the Golden Boy and the Jade Girl didn't know. They thought Han Fei must have sworn to the human king, Great Tao. Although Han Fei seemed to be cultivating two Great Taos at the same time, no matter which one he cultivated, it was enough. One was the Tianqi Great Tao, also known as the Human King Great Tao. The other was the Yin-Yang Great Tao, a unique Great Tao of the Yin-Yang heaven. If the Golden Boy and the Jade Girl knew that Han Fei didn't even understand what the Yin-Yang Great Tao was, what would they think? Besides, it didn't matter to Han Fei. In fact, he could rescue Zhao Xianglong now, but he didn't want to. So what if it was 1,000 years or not? The only thing he had to consider was how to capture Zhao Xianglong after he was released. After all, a king-level lunatic, was not easy to catch. At this moment, Han Fei made a Great Tao oath. Immediately, he said to the Golden Boy and the Jade Girl, "Okay, since I made the oath, I will definitely do it. Now let's talk about me." The Golden Boy nodded. "Go ahead." Han Fei asked, "You just said that as long as I agree to rescue your master, you can make the entire immortal city stand on my side?" The Golden Boy nodded. "Of course, except for my master. Sea demons are the enemy of all races. In terms of dealing with sea demons, all races in the world have the same goal." Han Fei's eyes became fierce. "Okay, in this case, I'm going to fight a big battle, a shocking battle that will make the black killer snail king's scalp tingle." When Han Fei became the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island and saw countless people die in the battle, his heart had become hard and ruthless. He could sympathize with an ordinary person on the roadside, but he would not hesitate at all when facing a war. Even if this war required countless people to be sacrificed, as the saying went, a general success was achieved by 10,000 people. Han Fei dared to fight in the battle of the Scattered Stars Island, so he dared to fight in the immortal city. In essence, there was no difference between the two. Half a day later, Han Fei left quietly and returned quietly. Everyone thought that Han Fei didn't do anything on Firestone Island, but they didn't know how much Han Fei had experienced in the past 2 days. Buzz. On the night after the confrontation with Chao Xian, only half a day had passed since the morning. Han Fei scanned the area and immediately found a big bald head. Who else could it be but Hua Meng? At this moment, there were only a few people surrounding Hua Meng. Long Shi and Chinyu were the first to follow Han Fei to the immortal city. Although at that time, they just wanted to keep an eye on Han Fei. But this was their advantage. The three of them formed a natural team. However, Wang He's appearance made Han Fei frown slightly. He was quite unhappy. At this moment, Wang He was drinking with Hua Meng and the others. As he drank, he said, "Meng, everyone else is imprisoned on Firestone Island, and only you can go out. What are you doing here? Huh, you wouldn't be a relative of Marshal Han, right?" Hua Meng chuckled and scratched his head. "Master Crane, you don't have to ask. This I really can't say. Marshal Han specially told me." Hearing this, the corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. The next moment, Han Fei scanned all the venerables on the island, including Yi Qian. Han Fei said, "Everyone, come here." Most of these venerables were consolidating their strength. After all, their foundation had just been repaired. At this moment, as Han Fei shouted, everyone opened their eyes and quickly gathered. In the Marshal's mansion, Han Fei sat high and everyone stood. Han Fei sat in the seat of honor, with a table in front of him, on which some random lines and marks were drawn on the fish skin map. Han Fei raised his head and looked at Hua Meng with a serious expression. Huameng, how did it go? Huameng hurriedly stepped forward and shouted, Marshal Han, it's done. Han Fei nodded. That's good. Everyone looked at Huameng, wondering, what kind of task did Han Fei arrange for this kid? Especially Lu Yuntian, Wang He, and the others. They were advanced venerables and intermediate venerables, but none of them was put in an important position. From the most intuitive feeling, everyone's heart was definitely not comfortable. However, Han Fei didn't notice it at all. He suddenly stood up. Everyone, pay attention. After half an hour, follow me to attack the sea demons. Huh. There was an uproar in the field, and everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Attack the sea demons? We haven't even rested for a month on the Firestone Island. In the morning, Chao Xian just came to challenge us, and now we're going out to fight. Han Fei glanced at everyone. For the war, I will create the best conditions for you and strike the enemy most accurately. However, I only have one requirement, and that is to follow my instructions. If anyone disobeys, I will let him know the price. Now, don't ask anything and don't say anything. In this battle, it's just me and you. In this battle, let's set a small goal. Kill 5 venerables. Wow! Everyone looked at Han Fei in a daze. Damn, is this a joke? When did killing venerables become so easy? Kill 5 venerables at once? You've been exposed. How can you kill them? How confident do you have to be? Immediately, someone said, General Han, don't we need to prepare anything? Han Fei said coldly, what's there to prepare? This was a battle they were certain to win. Now, I don't want to hear any questions from you. Okay, Lu Yuntian, stay here. I have a small task for you. At that time, many people were taken aback. Han Fei obviously didn't care about Lu Yuntian before, but now he assigned a task to Lu Yuntian, which could only mean that the level of this task was very high. At least, it had to be done by an advanced venerable. When everyone went out and only Lu Yuntian was left in the general's mansion, Lu Yuntian wondered, General Han, what can I do for you? Han Fei looked at him lightly and said, You don't have to participate in this battle. Lu Yuntian was taken aback. What task? Han Fei shook his head. No task. Lu Yuntian asked in surprise, Then why? Han Fei smiled slightly. Your task is to not show up among these people in this battle. After the war, I will come to you. Lu Yuntian narrowed his eyes and finally nodded slightly. Han Fei's behavior seemed to be casual and a bit unscrupulous. However, no one ever stopped him. Whether it was Yi Qian or Gan Feng, no one stopped him at all. Everyone seemed to acquiesce to Han Fei's behavior, which made Lu Yuntian feel very strange. Now, Han Fei was obviously going to set Wang He up. This also meant that it was time to make use of Wang He's undercover identity. And Wang He was not far from death. Originally, Lu Yuntian thought that Han Fei might have to stay in the front line for a while to make arrangements. Who knew that Han Fei would be so stubborn? In the morning, Chao Xian just came to threaten the immortal city, and in the evening, Han Fei wanted to fight. He didn't take the Black Blood City seriously at all. Lu Yuntian nodded. Okay. Only 30,000 kilometers away from the first island, there were 25 people, including Han Fei and Yi Qian. Han Fei said, Everyone wait here. Then, Han Fei handed a jade slip to Yi Qian and said, If everything goes well, this jade slip will automatically shatter in a while. At that time, the teleportation array will be opened and the whole army will attack. Yi Qian's voice was cold, but she responded crisply, Understood. With a swish, Han Fei disappeared. As soon as Han Fei disappeared, these venerables all began to discuss. They had never fought such a war before, and Wang He's face was very ugly at this moment. Lu Yuntian disappeared. There were as many as 25 venerables in a battle, but Lu Yuntian, an advanced venerable, disappeared? He took another mission. What the hell was that mission? He didn't even fight such an important battle? While everyone was talking, Wang he couldn't help but say, "Venerable Yi Qian, what is General Han trying to do? We've never fought such an unclear battle before." Yi Qian's voice was indifferent. "I haven't fought either, but it doesn't matter. Since Han Fei is the commander, he has his own test. Commander-in-chief level figures have their own considerations for any war." With Wang He's words, the crowd's discussion gradually grew louder. Suddenly, Hua Meng shouted, "What are you talking about? Just fight if General Han wants us to. Don't talk so much." However, Hua Meng was a junior venerable. Among these venerable powerhouses, his words didn't carry much weight, so some people still talked to him via voice transmission. Someone muttered, "The main thing is, can we trust him completely now? That's the main problem." As soon as this was said, almost everyone fell silent. In fact, they all had the same question in their minds. That was, although Han Fei had slaughtered 2 venerables and cured countless people, but there were more than 20 venerables here. What if something went wrong? Could Han Fei really be completely trusted? They had never cooperated with each other before. Yi Qian snorted coldly. "Shut up, all of you. Since it was Han Fei's arrangement, it means that this operation has already been considered by the Half-King realm powerhouses. Why do you need to discuss it?" Phew, immediately, someone breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that the Half-King realm powerhouses all know. It seems that there is no problem. Someone was completely relieved and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that we would face such a big battle as soon as we came out. Slaughtering 5 venerables, if we can really do it, it will definitely boost the morale of our human race." Someone nodded. "Guys, we haven't come out for many years. Don't let others laugh at us. Remember to fight with all your strength later." Wang He's heart sank. It seemed that Han Fei's action was supported by others. He could probably guess that with Han Fei's arrogant character, he would only inform the people who should be informed. That was to say, the Half-King realm powerhouses and peak stage venerables, because these people were powerful enough to hold the hands of others, and beginner venerables and middle-level venerables like them were just war machines in Han Fei's eyes at this moment. Wang He wondered, what did Lu Yuntian do? What did Lu Yuntian do? While Wang He and the others were waiting, Han Fei had quietly crossed the first island. In pure black, he mixed in the dark bottom of the sea and slowly swam to the outer sea outside the island. Second update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1577. Han Fei had never been the kind of person who would delay or avoid something. The Black Killer Snail King's reaction speed was extremely fast. After Han Fei announced his name, Chao Xian came the next day. By declaring war, the Black Killer Snail King wanted to confirm Han Fei's identity and see the attitude of the Immortal City. As it turned out, the Immortal City's attitude suddenly changed, even though they knew a big battle was coming. Han Fei had reason to believe that the Black Blood City wasn't stable at this moment. With the Black Killer Snail King's cautious character, there would definitely be some delay. In a deserted place, Han Fei used the 9-Palace Destiny Ruler to make a divination for today's operation. In the end, the 9-Palace Destiny Ruler fell on the peace hexagram. Han Fei didn't understand the divination at all. Was this operation going to be fruitless? No. Han Fei directly denied this answer. He had discussed with Jin Tong. With so many venerables attacking, how could they fail? So, this ping hexagram was referring to the possibility that he would only gain mediocre benefits from this battle. Han Fei threw a wisp of chaotic energy into the 9-Palace Destiny Ruler and turned the fortune hexagram to the good hexagram. As for the good luck hexagram, Han Fei thought, maybe I'll have to consume another 4 or 5 wisps of chaotic energy. And for this battle, I don't need good luck. Otherwise, if the sea demons don't dare to fight anymore, I'll suffer a loss. Half an hour later, Han Fei was 200,000 kilometers deep into the front line of the Immortal City. From here on, it was already a place for explorers to cultivate. because there was a fundamental difference between the Venerable realm and the Explorer realm. It would take an explorer some time to cross hundreds of thousands of kilometers of the sea, but the Venerable realm was different. Their speed was several times that of the Explorer realm. Therefore, they would usually cultivate in places further away. Han Fei asked, "Old Yuan, how many venerables are there?" The old turtle said, "A peak-level advanced venerable is guarding the front line." This was very reasonable, leaving a supremacy to guard the front line. Even if a peak-level venerable comes, it's impossible to kill an advanced peak-level venerable in an instant. Even a demi-king may not be able to do that. So, you may have to go deeper into the Siren's base camp. Han Fei nodded slightly. Tonight's sneak attack was to annoy the Black Killer Snail King. However, a peak-level venerable couldn't satisfy his appetite at all. In any case, he had brought 25 of them. If they were only doing this to hunt a mere top-grade advanced venerable one, it was a little outrageous. However, Han Fei didn't give up this place. He quietly touched the ground and laid down a formation, waiting to be activated at any time. No matter what, the top-grade advanced venerable one would not be able to escape tonight. He must die. Another hour passed. Han Fei searched for another 200,000 kilometers and finally found a small city of sea demons. However, this city was built in the middle of a mountain. The Sirens hollowed out the mountain and built a large city with many people living in it. Han Fei saw a lot of semi-venerables cultivating here with his black fog body. Of course, Han Fei wasn't looking for those sea demon experts who weren't at the venerable level. What Han Fei was looking for were venerables. Old Yuan easily identified the venerables in this mountain range with the perception of an Emperor Realm cultivator. He said, "There is 1 peak-level advanced venerable, 2 mid-level venerables, and 4 low-level venerables. There are 7 people in total. But don't attack blindly, because I can sense that there are more mountains like this. There is another one, just a few thousand kilometers away." Han Fei grinned. "Then let's go and have a look." Han Fei was no longer the explorer he used to be. Little Black and Little White had also reached the Explorer realm. The Gemini divine technique was not so easy to detect. After a moment, the old turtle said, "In this city there is 1 peak-level venerable, 3 mid-level venerables, and 4 low-level venerables. There is another one 6,000 kilometers away." After another moment, the old turtle said, "There is 1 semi-king, 1 peak-level venerable, and 2 high-level venerables. In this sea area, there are only these 3 mountains, and they are closely connected. Further away, they may be at least hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Once you attack, these 2 mountains will quickly send help, and people from other places will also come quickly. However, as long as you are fast enough, you can win this battle." In fact, in this sea area in Blackblood City, there was 1 semi-king, 2 peak-level venerables, and 4 high-level venerables, including the one he saw before. There were 5 mid-level venerables and 8 low-level venerables. This force was much stronger than those brought by Han Fei. The low-level and mid-level venerables were obviously stronger than the opponents. However, Lu Yuntian, the only high-level venerable on his side, was not here. In other words, there was no high-level venerable. However, Han Fei didn't panic. Anyway, it was a sneak attack. As long as he killed a few venerables quickly, it would be enough. Han Fei's goal was not high. In this battle, he only needed to kill 5. As for the time, 5 minutes. This was the maximum time for a sneak attack. Otherwise, once the enemy mobilized the entire battlefield, a great battle would break out. Han Fei quietly returned to the vicinity of the first mountain range, placed the white mist 20,000 kilometers away, and forcibly maintained the Gemini divine technique before Han Fei returned to the first mountain range. There was only 1 advanced peak-level venerable, 2 mid-level venerables, and 4 low-level venerables. Han Fei's first target, of course, was not the advanced peak-level venerable. At the advanced venerable level, it was not easy to deal with them. Although he had the experience of killing an advanced venerable, once he killed it with the power of a half-king, and the other time it took him more than 5 minutes. Besides, the opponent was not in his peak state. Even if he was in his peak state, it took him 3 minutes to kill the advanced peak-level venerable. However, these 3 minutes were enough for the other 2 peak-level venerables and half-king venerables to arrive. After all, the 3 mountain ranges were only separated by a mere 10,000 miles. For a half-king, this was not a distance at all. From the moment they found out to the moment they arrived, only a single breath of time had passed. Once the opponent's half-king arrived, they only needed to stop him for half a minute. When the opponent's peak-level venerable arrived, this sneak attack would also fail. Therefore, Han Fei had to kill a venerable within 1 minute. Between an intermediate venerable and a low-level venerable, Han Fei chose the intermediate venerable without hesitation. After all, Han Fei was very confident in his strength now. In a moment, he would be able to kill both an intermediate and a low-level venerable in an instant. Besides, hunting a stronger opponent first would also reduce the pressure on his side. Along the way, Han Fei thought about it several times in his heart. At this time, Han Fei directly found the cultivation place where the 2 intermediate venerables were. Unfortunately, one of them seemed to be in seclusion, and there was a seal nearby. Although the seal was easy to break and only served to isolate the outside world, destroying the seal would give the other party some time to react. Therefore, Han Fei did not hesitate to choose the guy who was not in seclusion. This was one of the most secluded corners in the mountain range. At this moment, Yu Jinghuan was teaching 3 half-venerables. Han Fei shook his head. He had to teach them everywhere. The venerable said, "The basic condition for becoming a venerable, as you all know, is to disassemble demonic energy. The 3 of you have already met the qualifications of heavenly talents. However, this is not enough. You still have to determine your Tao. Do you have a deep enough understanding of these Taos? In a battle between venerables, the more special the power of Taos, the stronger the power you will receive. Especially some special Taos, they can completely change your way of fighting." Someone asked, "Master, I always thought it was difficult to cultivate 2 Taos at the same time." But that day, the last spear that Han Fei used, Wang Zun said that he also mastered a trace of the Tao of space and time. Yu Jinghuan snorted. "You said it was a trace. When you reach the venerable realm, you can study these kinds of laws and touch them. However, there is only one Tao in the end. Just watch. That Han Fei is too arrogant. He won't live more than a few days." Han Fei secretly sneered in his heart. "I won't live more than a few days? Then I'll send you to hell first." Swish! Suddenly, Han Fei released the void lines, full of killing intent. At that moment, Yu Jinghuan subconsciously thought of self-detonation. Because the impact of this moment of death was too strong, he knew that if he did nothing, he would definitely die in the next second. However, how could Han Fei give him this opportunity? Yu Jinghuan didn't have time to move at all and was pinned by the void lines. Han Fei grabbed the embroidery needle and stabbed out with the heaven knocking gate that they were just talking about. Once the spear was unleashed, the technique would follow. With a boom, Yu Jinghuan was immediately killed. In an instant, lightning suddenly fell from the sky. However, what was faster than the lightning was Han Fei's void knife. Since Yu Jinghuan said that the demonic energy of these 3 people had reached 70%, they must be seated players in the venerable realm. At this moment, of course, he had to kill them first. At this moment, Han Fei came prepared and was in his strongest state. In Forge the Universe, he had already changed the heavenly opening great path for himself. At this moment, he was a super strong master who could shake a peak-level venerable. A mere semi-venerable in Han Fei's hands was chopped up like a piece of paper. How dare you! At the moment when Han Fei launched the heaven-knocking gate, in the mountain range, the peak-level advanced venerable had already broken through the air. A harpoon was already stabbing at where Han Fei was. Han Fei punched out with one hand and casually threw out a few fish skin maps with the other hand. In an instant, dazzling light was released and the teleportation array was activated. When the white light dissipated, there was no one left. In the next moment, Han Fei had merged with the Gemini Unity. In fact, even if Han Fei didn't merge with the Gemini Unity immediately, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. After all, the Gemini Divine technique would affect each other if it was too far away. At this moment, on the Sea Demon's side, the 3 Sea Demon Mountains instantly moved. On the battlefront that spanned 800,000 kilometers, all the Venerables and Explorers were vigilant. After all, red cracks had appeared in the sky. It was just that most people were confused. Which Venerable had fallen? Han Fei only fled for 1 second. When the peak-level advanced Venerable stabbed the harpoon into the air, the Half-King Realm powerhouse had already arrived. He glanced around and roared, "Go after him." Third, asking for votes. Moi, end of this chapter. Chapter 1578. After Han Fei fused the two into one, a sneer appeared on his face. The corpse of the mid-level Venerable had been thrown into Forge the Universe by him. At this moment, Han Fei picked up a jade slip that he had prepared in advance. Crack! The jade slip shattered, and the teleportation array broke through the void, opening up a teleportation channel. At the moment he entered the teleportation array, Han Fei looked back coldly and said to the old turtle, "The Half-King won't discover my layout, will he?" The old turtle said, "In the vast sea, it's hard for them to find what you left behind." Han Fei nodded. "That's good." This kind of spatial shock, naturally, couldn't escape the Half-King's sight. So as soon as Han Fei opened the teleportation array, on the other side, the Half-King shouted and chased after him. While chasing, the Sea Demon Half-King shouted, "It's Han Fei! How dare he break into our camp at night? No matter what, we must kill him today." More than 20,000 kilometers away, the Half-King expert arrived in an instant. After he appeared, Han Fei's teleportation array had already begun to collapse. However, the Half-King expert's heart did a flip. The teleportation distance of this teleportation array was not long. This place was at least 500,000 kilometers away from the human battlefront. Obviously, such a teleportation array couldn't be used. Immediately, the Half-King grabbed a communication conch and shouted to it, "Hey Lin, Han Fei sneak attack the rear alone and block the battlefront for me. Even if you die, you must stop him for 10 seconds. When He Lin, who was 200,000 miles away, saw the red crack in the sky, his face was filled with shock. He thought to himself, "Who has fallen?" Besides, the rain above his head was quite heavy, indicating that the one who died might not be a junior Venerable. The one who died was at least a mid-level Venerable. However, when he was looking up at the sky, he heard a roar coming from the communication conch. Hiss! He Lin's scalp went numb. "Han Fei? How did this person cross my battlefront and run to my rear?" He Lin had just received the news, and before he lowered his head, he suddenly noticed that the space was shaking thousands of kilometers away. In a flash, He Lin rushed forward at full speed. Before the teleportation array was fully opened, he had already rushed over. As soon as Han Fei came out of the teleportation array, he saw a shadow passing by 1,000 kilometers away. A black spear pierced through the air. Han Fei stretched out his hand, pulled out a knife from the void, and slashed at it casually. Then he immediately wanted to run away. He Lin shouted, "You think you can come and go as you please in the Sea Race's territory? Poison barrier." He Lin naturally knew that Han Fei was very powerful. However, he felt that no matter how strong Han Fei was, he was only a middle-level Venerable. He was a peak advanced Martial Highness, so how could he not last 10 breaths? Therefore, as soon as he saw Han Fei, He Lin felt that it was an opportunity for him to make a contribution. Perhaps he might not be able to kill Han Fei, but as long as he could trap him for a while. When the half-monarchs and peak venerables arrived, Han Fei would not be able to escape even if he grew wings. Han Fei saw that the area within 1,000 kilometers was vaguely enshrouded in darkness. When he felt the heaven spirit detoxifying insect's hook, he knew that he had entered the poison barrier. Han Fei didn't panic at all. The infinity water swept out and rolled into a torrent, trying to directly disperse this poisonous area. Han Fei, you underestimate my Tao too much. How can an invisible poison be detoxified by something tangible? Han Fei sneered in his heart. How can there be invisible poison in this world? His eyes turned white, and he saw that the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was wrapped in a layer of dark green. The battle between venerables had always been fierce. If they really fought, the energy consumption would be very high. The spiritual energy and energy stored in the void were the most fundamental guarantee for the venerables to continue fighting. Now that the spiritual energy within this range was polluted, Han Fei could certainly use the star teleportation technique to leave as soon as possible. However, if he used the Big Dipper technique, how could the high-rank venerable one catch up to him? Wouldn't he really be able to run away? Therefore, Han Fei turned around, took out the embroidery needle, and knocked on the gate of heaven with his rod like a long dragon. However, at the moment when Han Fei took out the embroidery needle, nearly half of the scales on He Lin's body broke free at the same time, surrounded his body, and circled him into a big black ball. Thud! The intensity of Han Fei's attack was quite high. Under this blow, He Lin vomited a mouthful of blood. Under Han Fei's blow, thousands of scales were shattered. Normally, He Lin wouldn't fight with someone like Han Fei because Han Fei was too terrifying. But today was different. After experiencing Han Fei's attack, He Lin felt that under such an attack, not to mention 10 minutes, he could even hold on for 100 minutes. Bam! 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 Han Fei was also in a hurry. At this time, one golden fist mark after another, 100 invincible fist marks in a row, blasted He Lin out of the poison barrier step by step. But He Lin braced himself and continued to move forward, shouting, "Poison thirst!" Han Fei only felt that there were poisonous things trying to invade his blood, bones, flesh, and blood. Under Han Fei's feet, there was a series of arrays. While a pure water ball wrapped around him, the water ball constantly absorbed water essence and condensed into a barrier to ensure that these poisonous things couldn't penetrate in the first place. At this time, almost 10 minutes had passed. After another minute, Han Fei suddenly burst the water ball, shaking off the venom. But at this time, the seawater had become colorful. He Lin laughed. "Do you think you're qualified to go against my king? You can't even deal with me. My king can easily crush you." Han Fei suddenly smiled. "3, He Lin." Huh! At that moment, hundreds of beasts devoured his soul. He Lin, who was not far away from Han Fei, was roared by Han Fei, and blood spurted out of his eyes, nose, and mouth. Han Fei's strength suddenly soared, and the distance between his feet suddenly shortened. The bloody fist mark rolled up turbulent fist waves and directly bombarded He Lin's scale armor. Rumble, no matter how strong and advanced venerable was, there was a limit. Just as Han Fei had calculated, no matter how strong He Lin was, he could only have 6,000 waves. Besides, Han Fei didn't think he had any, because he was a poison cultivator. After a punch, half of He Lin's body was turned into powder. Han Fei shouted, "There's a forbidden spell here." Han Fei knew that in at most 10 minutes, the opponent's half-king powerhouse would arrive. Although he boasted that he could kill a half-king, in fact, Han Fei knew that there was still a certain gap between him and a half-king. There was no gap, just pure strength. So, when He Lin was smashed by himself, Han Fei had already buckled him with the void lines. However, at this moment, an accident happened. The void lines buckled him, but Han Fei saw a large amount of He Lin's soul escape and explode. Soul explosion was meaningless to Han Fei, but at this moment, a face in the distance smiled ferociously. Soul poison! Swish! Han Fei's face changed greatly and he looked gloomy. Frostmourne was instantly drawn out. Chilla, the cold light illuminated for 1,000 kilometers, and the halo didn't disperse for a long time. A rumbling sound could be heard as thunder rumbled in the sky. However, Han Fei had no time to look at the red crack that appeared in the sky. He immediately switched to the Tao. Heavenly awakening. When the holy beam of light descended, it swept across Han Fei's soul. Han Fei only felt that his soul was burning. The next moment, Han Fei directly sprinkled nearly 1,000 points of his soul. It was the first time that Han Fei had encountered a venerable poison cultivator whose soul was poisonous. As a result, not only did Han Fei fail to absorb the soul of this He Lin, but he also killed the middle-level, peak-level venerable in vain. He didn't get any benefits at all. Han Fei was speechless. No wonder the result of the 9-palace ruler of Providence was a peace hexagram. It was probably because of this. So he didn't even get any benefits from the soul. On this side, the brilliance of the heavenly awakening technique hadn't completely ended yet. The sword light that Han Fei slashed out hadn't dissipated yet. Han Fei felt that at the end of his perception, which was 36,000 kilometers away, the void trembled. Han Fei deliberately paused and waited for half a minute. Seeing that the space tremble was already thousands of kilometers away, Han Fei unhurriedly threw out a jade slip. Bam! The jade slip exploded. The array patterns shone brightly, and a directional teleportation array was being activated. Han Fei, you little thief, stay here! The half-king realm powerhouse was furious. He had been rushing here as fast as he could. He didn't know arrays, so he could only escape through the void. However, Han Fei's fighting speed was too fast. In less than 10 minutes, the He Lin was chopped off. At least that was the combat power of an advanced peak-level venerable. With this strength, even the half-king realm powerhouse would need so much time. What did this mean? It meant that Han Fei actually had the ability to fight with him. Han Fei pretended to be surprised and looked back at the teleportation array. However, the teleportation array had only been thrown out for less than a minute, and the teleportation gate hadn't even been opened yet. However, the speed of the half-king realm powerhouse was obviously faster than this. Therefore, Han Fei made up his mind and attacked the half-king realm powerhouse head-on. Han Fei opened his mouth and swallowed. Billowing energy gathered, and the sacrificing punch suddenly broke out. What Han Fei had to do now was to block this half-king realm powerhouse. However, the next moment, Han Fei saw the fastest punch he had ever seen in this world. Bam! Bam! 2 fist lights instantly bombarded the sacrificing punch at a speed that he couldn't even see with the naked eye. Rumble, the sacrificing punch that he was so proud of, was directly blown up by the opponent's 2 punches. Mantis shrimp. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. When this half-king realm powerhouse punched, Han Fei already knew what kind of creature this person was. Except for mantis shrimp, Han Fei had never seen such a terrifying speed. A strange sound wave swept for more than 3,000 kilometers, and the teleportation array behind Han Fei collapsed directly. This was a half-king realm powerhouse. Han Fei claimed that he could kill a half-king realm powerhouse. However, the 2 sides were thousands of kilometers apart, but in an instant the gap between them appeared. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1579. Han Fei had to admit that although there were thousands of great Daos in this world, in his eyes, there was nothing special about the power of great Daos of these people in real combat. However, just because they were not special didn't mean they were not powerful. For example, the power of great Daos of this half-shrimp king happened to be strength. Yes, what the mantis shrimp was proud of was not the speed of his punching. That was just his instinct, nor was it his movement speed. Mantis shrimp didn't run fast. However, this guy's power of great Taos gave him strength several times beyond that of a normal half-shrimp king. Although strength couldn't determine the outcome of a battle. After all, every venerable had their own great Taos. However, the venerables who embarked on the great Taos of strength were still very terrifying. Therefore, when Han Fei fought with this person for the second time, he found that this person's punch actually shook his internal organs and made him bleed from his eyes, nose, mouth, and mouth. At this moment, Han Fei felt the horror of strength. At the same time, the Mantis Shrimp King was even more shocked. He knew that Han Fei would be very strong, but he didn't think that Han Fei would be strong enough to compete with his strength head-on. But Han Fei actually took it head-on. If it were an ordinary person, even a peak-level venerable, half of his body would have been blown up by his punch. Therefore, the Sea Demon Half-King made up his mind to kill Han Fei this time. If he let such a terrifying figure go, the consequences would be unimaginable. An intermediate venerable could fight with him. If he reached the advanced venerable realm, wouldn't he be invincible? While Han Fei was not his opponent yet, he had to kill him quickly. After a round of confrontation, Han Fei wisely stopped fighting with this person. Although, theoretically speaking, he could actually contend against this person if he were to stack up his strength by 3 times. However, after the official battle, Han Fei found that the source of his strength seemed to be a little weak. It was not weak, but the power of creating something out of nothing seemed to be limited by some kind of rule. So it seemed to be a little weak. This was the first time that Han Fei had discovered this problem. Han Fei thought to himself, I have to find a way to study this green jade stone bridge after I go back this time. Fortunately, although it was a little weak, the strength that Han Fei showed was not much worse than that of the Sea Demon King. Plus, Han Fei was good at speed, so for a while, the two actually fought back and forth. In a single breath, the two of them had exchanged more than 20 blows. The speed of the exchange didn't seem to be very fast, but the strength of both sides was too strong. 3 seconds later, blood spurted from the corner of his mouth. Even with the art of invincibility, Han Fei was still struggling. 5 seconds later, Han Fei was shocked. His Tao of creating something from nothing couldn't hold on any longer. This was too fast. He had never felt this way before. In just 5 breaths of time, his great Tao enhancement was actually about to be scattered. The Mantis Shrimp Half-King laughed. Ha ha ha, kid! I have to admit that you are indeed a peerless heavenly talent. You have even cultivated the indestructible golden body. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, all methods are useless. Han Fei sneered. Guess which side will arrive first? The Mantis Shrimp Half-King sneered. I forgot to tell you, there's a teleportation array behind the sea demons. Han Fei was shocked. At the moment when the Mantis Shrimp Half-King sneered, the space trembled. The enemy's 2 peak-level venerables had already appeared. From the moment he killed the man, escaped, killed He Lin, and fought the half-step monarch, it had taken a total of 17 breaths of time. In just 17 seconds, the enemy's peak-level venerable arrived. Han Fei's eyelids twitched a few times. This was 13 seconds earlier than he expected. He had to admit that the sea demon's reaction speed was too fast. With such a reaction speed, they wanted to launch a sneak attack? Sure enough, it was a very difficult thing to do. Dang, dang, dang. At the moment when the void shook, a melody was playing in the sky, and the shadows of mountains and rivers appeared. A young voice could be heard. See, didn't I tell you? They're much faster than you think, and their reactions are even faster. In the shadows of mountains and rivers, the Mantis Shrimp Half-King was shocked and shouted, Immortal Golden Boy? The king doesn't participate in the battle, and now you are breaking the rules. Do you really want to fight the Immortal City? The Golden Boy smiled slightly. You are still in the venerable realm. How can you be called a king? You are just a half-king. Why can't you participate in the battle? The Golden Boy walked out and crossed his fists. 2 shadows of azure dragons spurted out from his fists. Seeing this fighting style, the corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Even the shadows of the dragons are flying in the air. It seems that this taming dragon, Heavenly King, used to worship the dragon race to a certain extent. But in the next moment, Han Fei saw that the golden boy suddenly held a knife in his hand. One black, the other golden. The two knives slashed, and the sky changed color. Accompanied by a vast expanse of gray mist, it charged toward the two vibrating voids. Bam! 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 As soon as the two peak-level venerables came out, they saw a terrifying knife light coming at them with layers of mist. However, the mantis shrimp half-king had already blocked in front of them and punched 4 times in a row, blowing up the 2 azure dragons. With a flick of his tail, his real body appeared and took the blow from the golden boy. However, a part of his tail was also cut off. Humph! Immortal golden boy, do you really think you can compare with my king? Today, let me see just how strong you have become in these past few years. You too, kill Han Fei. The golden boy looked at Han Fei and then at the mantis shrimp, smiling faintly. Trinity of strength, why don't you wait for Godot? I'll let you two come together. The others may not come for a while. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up and he retreated quickly. At the moment he retreated, he stepped on the ground and a teleportation array began to appear. When the lines of the array began to condense, the 2 peak-level venerables thought that Han Fei was going to run away, so they quickly took action and prepared to intercept him. In fact, when they reached the peak-level venerable realm, they also understood that although a false king could also become a king, after all, he was only a little stronger than a half-king. Although they didn't pass the king's tribulation, they gained some power, which made them stronger than a half-king. However, could a false monarch really be able to defeat multiple half-monarchs? That was unlikely. After all, a false king was not a real king, and the power of a false king was limited. Even if the 2 half-kings were no match for him, they were enough to deal with the golden boy for a while. But the corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. Within 1,000 kilometers, blades rose and the infinity water mixed in, blocking the way of the 2. Han Fei grabbed the void, pulled out a space crack, turned it into a knife, and slashed at one of them. Then he launched a sacrificing punch, blocking the way of the 2 peak-level venerables. Han Fei was still no match for a half-king. However, Han Fei was really not afraid of a peak-level venerable. Among the 2 peak-level venerables, one was extremely fast, and wherever he passed, the void was twisted, just like Du Jiangliu's twisted space. The other's body began to crystallize and gradually turned into a kind of amethyst. However, at this time, the mantis shrimp's theory was verified. In the face of absolute power, no matter how many tricks one had, it was useless. In the face of absolute power, the man who turned into an amethyst was blown back by Han Fei's punch. The extremely fast guy blocked Han Fei's knife drawing technique with a twisted space. However, Han Fei's law of gravity descended. At this moment, Han Fei didn't need to deliberately hide the laws he had learned. Han Fei learned the law of gravity from the Black Killer Snail King. Because Han Fei himself had mastered the law of gravity. Therefore, when the law of gravity fell on Han Fei, it could continue to enhance Han Fei's strength. Besides, Han Fei could control this kind of gravity at will within a certain range. Han Fei had tried this kind of thing when Du Jiangliu was a law enforcer. What was a twisted space? As long as the twisted space he was in was completely covered, he could directly cause a range attack to the other party. When the peak-level venerable was crushed by the irregular gravity, Han Fei's sacrificing punch had already blasted out. At this moment, the venerable with the amethyst body blocked in front of the man. Both of them were sent flying by the shock wave. At this moment, the void was shaking, and Han Fei's teleportation array had just been completed, and the other party's people arrived one step ahead of him. Among them, there were 3 advanced venerables for intermediate venerables and 8 beginner venerables. When Han Fei saw these people, his face was full of smiles. They really came at the right time. Today, if they hadn't come, I might only be able to kill 2 sea demon venerables. But now that they were here, it was hard to say. On the other side, Yi Qian and the others who had been waiting in the rear were also agitated. Even Yi Qian, a peak-level venerable, was a little surprised. 2 cracks had already appeared in the sky. Was Han Fei going to fight them all by himself? Yi Qian knew more than others. He only knew that Jin Tong had told him to trust Han Fei unconditionally. So at this moment he could still hold his ground. After all, he believed in Jin Tong. The 2 people who died must be on the sea demon side. Someone was agitated. Grand Venerable Yi Qian, it's been almost 20 minutes since the first one died. Is General Han in trouble? Someone was uneasy. Grand Venerable Yi Qian, shall we go over directly? It's not far anyway. It shouldn't take long. Wang He was shocked. He hoped that Han Fei would die, but Yi Qian seemed to be more determined. Is Han Fei really so strong? He broke into the sea demon camp alone, was surrounded by so many strong masters, and killed 2 venerables in a row? Yi Qian shouted, "All of you shut up." Wait. As soon as Yi Qian finished speaking, the jade slip in his hand suddenly shattered. A teleportation array was quickly opened in front of him. Yi Qian was refreshed and immediately shouted, "Hurry up, let's go." In the battle formation, the teleportation array was opened, and Yi Qian rushed out of it. Immediately afterward, Wang He and the other 4 mid-level venerables, as well as Long Shi and the other 18 beginner venerables, all followed. 10,000 kilometers away, Jin Tong shouted, "You have 5 minutes." As soon as Yi Qian came out, he glanced at the battlefield and directly rushed to Han Fei's side. He shouted, "Can I kill one of them?" Han Fei grinned, but his answer was a dragon roar. Even Jin Tong was alarmed by that roar. How could Han Fei roar? At that moment, hundreds of beasts devoured his soul. In Han Fei's chest, a wisp of chaotic energy spread out. In fact, when Han Fei attacked, the 2 peak-level venerables on the opposite side also used chaotic energy. Not only did they use it, but even Yi Qian used a wisp of inexplicable black energy. Although it wasn't chaotic energy, it shouldn't be bad. Han Fei's target was the venerable who could distort space. Compared with a pure defensive player, this kind of fancy Dao was actually easier to deal with. Yi Qian drew the bow and shot an arrow. There was no spiritual energy arrow or energy arrow, but the 2 peak-level venerables were separated by the void. A huge number of spatial cracks isolated a range of more than 300 kilometers. Han Fei was intrigued. What a powerful archery skill! With Yi Qian's help, Han Fei launched 2 sacrificing punches one after another. At that moment, Han Fei felt that his power of Dao had reached the limit. Holding Snowmorn, he gathered all his strength on the sword. With one sword, the sea was divided and the sword chi was thousands of kilometers long. Seeing this scene, the peak-level venerable shouted in horror, "Santong, help me." Unfortunately, the battle between venerables was very short. As soon as the peak-level venerable said that, he unwillingly used all his strength to deal with Han Fei's attack. But the next moment, he felt that his soul was also inexplicably threatened. It was the threat of death. Bam! Han Fei suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. In desperation, the peak-level venerable detonated a huge amount of his soul and shattered 3 void lines. F***ck. Die. Pucci. Another crack appeared in the sky, and Han Fei, who had been fighting for a long time, was instantly weakened. The apocalyptic divine technique descended. Han Fei hurriedly collected and absorbed a mouthful of soul with the remaining void lines. Then he looked at the venerables who had joined the battlefield. Han Fei's face turned hideous, and he roared, "You still have 10 seconds. Kill as many as you can." Second, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1580. In fact, this was the first time that Han Fei had killed a peak-level venerable by himself. In the previous stage, in the demonic beast realm, the war god helped Han Fei completely integrate what he had learned in his life. If Han Fei's strength hadn't reached the mid-level venerable realm, it would have been extremely difficult for him to kill someone like this. It would have been extremely difficult. Although Han Fei had blown up Qin Xiang with 2 punches, Qin Xiang was unprepared at that time. Han Fei's attack was also unexpected. Besides, Han Fei was at his peak at that time. And just now, Han Fei fought with the half-king for a while and almost lost his strength. In the next battle, Han Fei was not in a hurry to take action. Han Fei used the void lines to absorb this person's soul while drawing a chain array under his feet. At this moment, the other venerables were fighting intensely, and no one knew what Han Fei was doing. However, there was no doubt that Han Fei was now able to kill a peak-level venerable by himself, and no one dared to underestimate Han Fei anymore. In the eyes of many people, a peak-level venerable was no different from a half-king. Han Fei's sword just tore a huge crack more than 3,800 kilometers long on the bottom of the sea. In the crack, the sword intent was awe-inspiring. The residual sword intent was not something that ordinary people could get close to. Half a year ago, Han Fei was envious of others who could create an abyssal chasm with one sword strike. But now he didn't seem to be any weaker. The depth of this crack was almost the same as that of the abyssal chasm. Of course, in terms of length, it was much shorter than that of others. This time, the soul power that this peak-level venerable gave Han Fei was as high as 2,000 points, directly helping Han Fei to make up for the damage to his soul. This peak-level venerable sea monster was a flying fish with a giant fin. Although its body was broken at the moment, Han Fei didn't mind and stuffed it into Forge the Universe. On the battlefield, Long Shi, Huameng, and the others were all fighting crazily at this time. It was basically 2 against 1, and even 2 groups were 3 against 1. If they couldn't kill 2 venerables, compared with Han Fei, they were much weaker. But in fact, how could a venerable kill an enemy quickly? On the one hand, most venerables didn't have as many means as Han Fei. On the other hand, they were weaker than Han Fei in terms of strength. Therefore, if they wanted to kill an enemy instantly, they had to be at an advanced or early stage. On Wang He's side, the battle between the mid-level supremacies was similarly intense. The entire seabed had been smashed into a paste. Their vision was blurry, and most of them had already entered the void. However, the void here was filled with spatial cracks. Damn it! After the 2 sides fought in the void, the hundreds of arrays under Han Fei's feet were activated at the same time. He cursed and immediately chased into the void. They only heard boom, boom, boom when Han Fei stepped into the void. To his surprise, 3 consecutive explosions sounded. 3 supremacies perished in an instant. Han Fei glanced around the battlefield and saw that a sea demon venerable had attracted 3 people who were fighting him with a secret technique and triggered a void vortex. Han Fei wanted to go in and help. In the end, the void vortex caused a large spatial rift. Han Fei was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. The wall of death had many spatial cracks. Even his invincible golden body could be cut, let alone these ordinary venerables. This sea demon venerable was determined to die. He used the void vortex to cause these spatial rifts to connect. Even though Han Fei had an invincible golden body, he didn't dare to fight such a large-scale spatial storm head-on. Well, there's still one alive. Without hesitation, Han Fei flashed in with the star teleportation technique and picked up a seriously injured beginner venerable with one hand. Chilla. Han Fei casually threw this person out of the void and ran out himself, shouting angrily, "Go out and fight! The space here is unstable. Which of you can resist the cutting of the laws of space? When the void collapses, none of you will be able to escape." The scene just now made the hearts of both sides tense up. Just a moment ago, 2 human venerables had been dragged to death by a dying sea demon venerable, and another venerable was saved by Han Fei. At this time, at the border between human beings and sea demons, The entire 800,000-kilometer-long battlefront was already full of flames of war. The half-king-level human powerhouses had already received Jin Tong's order to stall the sea demon Venerable. Therefore, when the first Venerable died, all the powerhouses on the Immortal City's side had already been dispatched. But even so, there were still too few top-level combat forces among human beings. Han Fei was strong, but he couldn't help everyone in the melee of dozens of Venerables. When the sea demons in the fierce battle saw Han Fei coming, they began to flee frantically. Han Fei could definitely catch up with them, but now was not the time to chase them. 5 breaths of time had passed. Han Fei had to guard the teleportation array in the outside world well. Once the teleportation array was broken, he and the others would really be left behind. Therefore, Han Fei shouted coldly, "Everyone, I'll give you 2 minutes to leave the void. Whoever doesn't make it to the teleportation array will die with the sea demons." At this time, he needed to be ruthless. Time was tight, and Han Fei had no time to chase after them or save people. Besides, Han Fei found that these people were not suitable for group battles at all. Or rather, they didn't know how to fight in groups at all. In fact, these people were all the type to fight alone. They were fighting one by one, but they were a large group. Why did they have to fight evenly? The sea demon Venerable was not stupid. It might be able to kill a few of them in 10 minutes if they were seriously injured. Once they were killed, the situation of the battle would change instantly. After all, this was still within the territory of the sea demons. It would only take them a few minutes to mobilize their troops. At this time, Han Fei broke through the air, and the void around him was torn apart, and a group of people also rushed out. In the outside world, far away, Jin Tong actually blocked 3 half-kings by himself. The speed of a half-king was far faster than that of a peak-level Venerable. If the time was too short, Jin Tong wouldn't be able to take down the half-king powerhouses. Yi Qian shouted, "Han Fei, it's almost time." Han Fei looked at a subordinate who had just rushed out speechlessly. The array he had just set up was already a little damaged in the aftermath of the battle. Expressionlessly, Han Fei stood alone in front of the array, quietly watching the Venerables who were fighting out of the void. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said leisurely, "You were careless. Not everyone has your explosive power and can kill a powerhouse of the same realm in an instant. Generally speaking, even if there are many of them, it is difficult to kill the opponent in just 10 minutes when their strength is almost the same. This is the reality," Han Fei said lightly, "but the human race is really ruthless." At this moment, Han Fei saw Hua Meng suddenly pull a sea demon Venerable and blow himself up. Seeing the scene, Han Fei just raised his eyelids slightly, because blowing himself up was not courting death. On the contrary, because the human race was now fighting many of them. If someone on his side blew himself up, he could still be reborn. But what about the other party? As soon as the other party was reborn, he would inevitably be bombarded by others. Therefore, Hua Meng's choice was right. Although the self-explosion damaged his cultivation, Han Fei could make up for it. It was quite bold of him to do so. At this moment, Long Shi really followed up. Her long spear shattered. She condensed half of her essence blood and used the armor-piercing spear to create a big hole in the void. The hole was densely covered with cracks, and the sea demon Venerable, who had not been completely reborn, was entangled in it. Ah! Boom! It was at this moment that Han Fei felt the void shaking more than 30,000 kilometers away. Jin Tong ordered, "Everyone retreat." The sea demon Venerables were not happy. "So many of you attacked the sea demon camp, and you came and went as you please? Where do you think you are?" Han Fei had rushed out in an instant, stepped on the void, and pulled 9 junior Venerables closer in a row. Because of Han Fei's deterrence, those junior Venerables did not dare to be too aggressive. The human Venerables were not weak. So in just 1 minute, almost everyone returned to the teleportation array. A sea demon venerable stalled two of them with a confinement technique, but Han Fei slashed the void and directly shattered the space. The two junior venerables only had time to cast a grateful look at Han Fei and quickly retreated. Han Fei shouted, "Go!" Even so, there was still one person who could not leave, and that was Wang He. At this moment, Wang He looked very aggressive. Fighting one against two, he shouted, "Oldly, you go first. I'll be right there." At that moment, those who didn't know what was going on might think that Wang He was going to sacrifice himself. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly, but then he blasted out a sacrificing punch. The agility of wind and the stars move quickly grabbed at Wang He. The sea demons had seen the scene of Han Fei killing a peak-level venerable with one sword strike. So when they saw Han Fei coming, their first reaction was to escape. Han Fei yelled, "I told you to go. What are you waiting for?" Han Fei came to the teleportation array with the sky end close. The array under his feet activated again, and he shouted, "This battle is over. Yi Qian, go!" As for Jin Tong, Han Fei didn't need to help him. How could a master who was called a pseudo-king be completely suppressed by 3 half-kings? If it were so easy, the mortal city would have been gone a long time ago. How could it last for 10,000 years? Yi Qian slashed away the peak-level amethyst venerable and returned to Han Fei in the blink of an eye. Han Fei said go. The amethyst half-venerable didn't stop her. However, the moment the 3 of them stepped into the teleportation array, he stabbed the amethyst spear in his hand at the teleportation array with all his strength. Bam! 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 The spear stabbed to the end. Unfortunately, it failed to completely penetrate the 100-layered defense array that Han Fei had set up. Then, the second spear stabbed over and directly blew up the teleportation array. On the human front, the rear of the first island happened to be the last side of the human front. Long Shi and the others had already returned. Everyone saw that the teleportation array was unstable, and a lot of space cracks were bursting out of it. Just when everyone was nervous and realized that there was something wrong with the teleportation array, a ball of light rushed out of the teleportation array. At that moment, Han Fei was covered with wounds, and Wang He was dripping with blood and didn't seem to be alive. Yi Qian, on the other hand, was completely fine. Han Fei looked at Yi Qian, only to hear Yi Qian say, "Too many venerables have died there. I have enough death energy." Han Fei nodded slightly, but then he glanced at Wang He coldly and threw a holy light technique at him. Han Fei roared, "Your battle is a mess." Third, asking for votes. Moi. End of this chapter. Chapter 1581. Originally, in Han Fei's plan, this battle was absolutely a perfect sneak attack. Han Fei didn't set off alone, but had planned it with Jin Tong and brought him along. Therefore, in Han Fei's opinion, how could anyone die when even a fake king had been dispatched? At this time, Han Fei was very angry, very angry. Han Fei roared, "You outnumber us twice as many people. Why did some of you die? What I want is to kill the enemy quickly. As a venerable, I have the advantage in numbers. Why don't we work together to kill them? 2 or 3 people surround one. Since we can't take them down, why don't we fight 5 or 6 against one? I didn't create time for you to fight steadily. It's for you to kill the venerables." Han Fei was furious and cursed, making these venerables speechless. Of course, there were many people who were conflicted and resentful. After all, anything could happen on the battlefield. Long She stood up. "General Han, that person's name is Jingshi. He is a special kind of creature among the sea demon venerables. He can be regarded as a special half-fish and half-grass creature that can shake souls for a short time. So, when he self-detonated, the 3 of them were restrained and fell into the void storm together." Han Fei glared at him with an unfriendly expression and shouted, "Are you accusing me of being unreasonable?" Long She lowered his head. "I dare not." Long She didn't feel ashamed to lower his head in front of Han Fei. After all, As soon as they passed through the teleportation array, Han Fei killed a Venerable with a sword. All of them knew that Venerable won. Even a super powerhouse at the peak level of the Venerable realm was killed by Han Fei with a sword. This kind of strength was indeed convincing, and they didn't have the right to question it at all. Han Fei said coldly, "I know that your combat power won't be much higher than these sea demon venerables. However, if you go up, just like Hua Meng, drag the enemy to self-detonate and create an excellent opportunity for your companions to kill the enemy. Even if you can't kill the enemy won't seize the opportunity to counterattack. You have been trapped in the cage for thousands of years and should be fighting every day, far more ferocious than the outside world. But today, I don't see your bravery at all." Yi Qian was fine, but Long Shi and the others were scolded by Han Fei. As soon as he opened his mouth, he blew himself up. Han Fei's way of thinking was indeed different from ordinary people. In fact, if one self-destructed in an evenly matched battle, their strength would be greatly reduced after their rebirth, and they would often not even have the chance to escape. Therefore, ordinary venerable ones would not be willing to do that. Everyone felt that this battle was too rushed. They didn't even know who the enemy was or what kind of enemy they were. Therefore, he could only react on the spot when he saw the enemy. At this moment, Han Fei spoke frankly and praised Hua Meng's approach. Indeed, given that Hua Meng had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, if he followed his plan to kill his enemies, he would definitely be able to kill 4 of the 8 early-stage venerables. He might be able to take them all down. In short, the current situation wouldn't have happened, where he would trade 2 for 2 with the other party. Buzz, the void trembled, and a silhouette quietly appeared. Jin Tong appeared in front of everyone. Seeing Jin Tong, everyone's hearts trembled. They bowed and greeted, "Honorable King." Jin Tong waved his hand casually. "Today's battle is over. You can return to Firestone Island first." Yi Qian glanced at Han Fei and Jin Tong and then said to the others, "Everyone follow me back." After everyone left, Jin Tong smiled casually. "You want to attract the Black Killer Snail King through this battle? Then, you want the Beast Island to support us? I think it's very likely. But a skinny dragon is still bigger than a snake. The number of venerables in Black Blood City far exceeds that of the Immortal City. If the Beast Island doesn't join the battle, we'll be in a very passive position. Are you sure you can influence the Beast Island? The Immortal City and the Beast Island have been estranged for a long time." Han Fei's ferocious look disappeared in the blink of an eye. He said with a smile, "I don't think the Black Killer Snail King will come in the battle just now. He needs to put on a show first. Otherwise, a cautious man like him wouldn't take such a risk. As for the Beast Island, I trust them. The Black Killer Snail King has 2 battlefronts. He can't besiege the Immortal City with both of them." Jin Tong said, "Although I'm not sure if the Black Killer Snail King will come, he will be very fast if he wants to. Besides, your people have all been exposed tonight. Do you want them to go to the front tomorrow?" Han Fei slightly shook his head. "I have my own arrangements. Both sides must be on the highest alert for today's sneak attack. It's impossible for us to sneak attack again. If the Black Killer Snail King comes, the battle will be much easier." As he spoke, Han Fei suddenly remembered something. "Right. Do you have resources like dragon tendons?" Jin Tong nodded slightly. "Yes. How many do you want?" 3 or 5 will be enough." Jin Tong asked, "Wang He, how did you know that he's a spy? Even I can't see anything wrong with him. How did you see through him at first glance?" Han Fei said, "It's a unique secret technique of the Yin-Yang Heaven. He's possessed a human and has been used to human combat techniques and arts for a long time. Naturally, he can't see anything wrong with him." Jin Tong said, "Well, since it's a unique secret technique of the Yin-Yang Heaven, I won't ask further. However, a spy at the Venerable Realm can be very dangerous. You'd better get rid of him immediately after making use of him. Firestone Island. The entire Firestone Island was in an uproar. It was no secret that all the venerables on the island had disappeared. The island was only so big. Usually, the venerables would see each other all the time. But tonight, they were destined to be sleepless. Cracks appeared frequently in the sky. In just 10 minutes, 7 consecutive roars sounded, and a total of 7 venerables had died. In this case, if the venerables on Firestone Island were still there, they would have come out to watch the show. Therefore, many people's first reaction was that Han Fei and the others had taken action. Besides, they sent out all the venerables at once. Above the sky, a rain of blood poured down. 7 venerables died one after another. Could they be the venerables of the sea demons? The crowd was still talking about it. Someone sighed. I hope these fallen venerables are all from Black Blood City. Someone was not optimistic. How can it be so easy? The sea demons are not idiots. They won't let us kill them. Someone asked Wenju, Wenju, you are so close to Master Longxi. Didn't Master Longxi reveal anything to you? Wenju shook her head. I don't know. This is a battle between venerables. I'm not even half a venerable. How could he reveal anything to me? Hum, hum, hum. The void shook, and for a moment Longxi and the other venerables walked out of the void. On Firestone Island, many people gathered around. However, most of Longxi and the others were gloomy. This time it was really embarrassing. 24 people attacked, and the opponent only had 12 people, but the result was 2 for 2. Who would have the face to ask for credit? It could be said that this victory was basically won by Han Fei alone. He killed 3 venerables and a peak-level venerable. With such strength, if someone told them that Han Fei was not a half-king, they wouldn't believe it. Seeing that there were many people around, Yi Qian immediately shouted, Everyone, return to your positions. Those who should be cultivating, go cultivate. However, a few exalted realm experts were missing, and this situation was noticed at the first possible moment. No matter how low their cultivation was, they were not lower than explorers. It would be strange if they couldn't even count the number of venerables. Someone was secretly shocked. Grand Venerable Cloud Sky is missing. Someone exclaimed, Grand Venerable Cloud Sky, Venerable Li Meng, Venerable Qin Quan, and Marshal Han haven't returned. What? Did this operation fail? Someone was shocked. Could it be that the result of this battle was 4 for 3? Even Grand Venerable Han Fei was killed? Hua Meng shouted. What the hell are you talking about? Marshal Han and Grand Venerable Cloud Sky are busy outside. Phew! As soon as Hua Meng shouted, many people breathed a sigh of relief. That was really scary. They thought to themselves, Commander Han is so powerful. How could he die so easily in a battle that only lasts for 30 breaths? However, some people keenly noticed that there were loopholes in Hua Meng's words. Han Fei and Lu Yuntian were fine. But what about Li Meng and Qin Quan? The void shook. A void crack was torn open, and Han Fei walked out of it. Everyone, including Long Shi and the others, looked at Han Fei. Han Fei shouted, Attention, everyone! Tonight, I will lead all the venerables on the island to the sea monster camp and kill a peak-level venerable sea monster. As Han Fei spoke, he threw the broken corpse of the peak-level venerable to the ground. Countless people exclaimed at the sight of the giant flying fish carcass. Yi Qian said, This is a peak-level venerable sea monster, Li Fei. Many explorers looked at this body that was more than 3,000 meters long curiously. Even though it had died, the strong demonic energy on its body still shocked countless people, and even their legs couldn't help trembling. Han Fei continued, I killed a peak-level venerable. I killed a peak-level intermediate venerable. And I killed 2 beginner venerables. This is our achievement today. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Han Fei's voice slowed down, and he said solemnly, However, in this battle, although we won a great victory, we also lost 2 human venerables who were involved in the void storm and died on the spot. Han Fei's tone suddenly changed, and his tone was cold, making Long Shi and the others blush. In front of these explorers, Han Fei naturally didn't mention the specific battle situation. Of course, they knew how badly they had done in this battle. They also understood that Han Fei said this to boost morale. Morale could be boosted, but not destroyed. Only then did they understand why Han Fei could be the commander. Because Han Fei could control the war. In fact, in this ambush, Han Fei was brave and resourceful. It was impossible to go deep into the enemy's territory without courage. It was a great strategy to achieve such a result in the enemy's territory and even have a numerical advantage. With such a brave and resourceful commander, why should the human side be afraid to fight? Han Fei shouted, "War has always been so cruel. As long as the enemy is still there, people around you will constantly die. Put away your grief, take out your courage, and dare to fight to the death in battle. Every victory you win is a victory for the human race. I hope that you can carry on the victory to the end in the future, even if you have to fight to the last person, even if you are unarmed. Use your bodies to die with the enemy." Han Fei didn't talk about the battle process of the other venerables. Han Fei specially talked about Hua Meng's battle process, which was commendable for his courage. How could there be no sacrifice in killing the enemy? As the saying went, injuring 1,000 enemies, injuring 800 soldiers. This was a helpless move. If Han Fei didn't take this path, he could simply cultivate. It didn't matter even if he hid alone in the end of the world. Unfortunately, Han Fei was the master of the Yin Yang Heaven. Even in this cage, everything Han Fei did was what he should do. Swish, Han Fei put away Li Fei's corpse and then threw out another corpse. Many venerables exclaimed, "Is this Yu Jinghuan?" Han Fei said, "Everyone on Firestone Island, listen up. Tonight, cook the demons and eat their meat. Let's fight again in the future." Chapter 1582. Of all the people present, Wang He was the most worried. Just now, the moment he entered the void, he had told them all the information he could immediately, including Han Fei's identity, Han Fei's true strength, Han Fei's apocalyptic divine technique, and the 100,000 explorers who had been cured on Firestone Island. As for the rest of the information, he didn't know. On the other hand, the sea demons encouraged Wang He to continue hiding. After all, those who fought with Wang He were only mid-level venerables, who had no right to order Wang He to do this and that. However, 5 venerables of the Black Blood City were slaughtered by Han Fei, which made Wang He extremely resentful. There was no doubt that Han Fei was strong. For the first time, he couldn't go to the Battle of the Venerables, nor could he send a message, which led to the death of 2 venerables. This time, although he went to fight, the whole battle only lasted for 10 minutes, and he only had time to send some messages before he was immediately dragged back. In order to continue hiding, Wang He put on a show, and in the end he fought 1 against 2 and was bleeding all over. Now, Han Fei, this be asterisk starred, even wanted to cook the sea demons. He was simply the biggest be asterisk starred in history. Of course, unlike Wang He, the others here were all happy, including Yi Qian, although he was an immortal and didn't need to eat. But in any case, today was the best battle he had in so many years. Although he didn't fight for long in this battle, the more enemies died, the more he felt comfortable. Besides, he also inhaled a lot of dead air. When the scene was already out of control, Han Fei perceived and said to Long Shi, "When Lu Yuntian comes back, tell him to go to the general mansion to find me." Long Shi nodded. "Yes, General Han." While the outside world was studying how to cook the sea demons, Han Fei entered the general mansion. After checking, Han Fei found that his soul power had increased slightly by more than 800 points in total. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. This 9-palace ruler of providence is indeed a holy artifact. It can calculate everything so accurately. If he hadn't changed his luck, the result would be a flat hexagram. Maybe he would even lose some soul power. In general, he had exchanged a wisp of chaotic energy for more than 800 points of soul power. He still had to kill 3 venerables to make up for the distance between his soul returning to its peak. They had won this battle, but they had only killed 5 enemies, which did not give the humans any advantage. However, this battle was still helpful to Han Fei. Although he didn't polish his foundation much, he did feel that he had made great progress when he fought with the Half-King realm powerhouses. This was not a matter of foundation, but a matter of confidence in battle. Even Han Fei himself didn't know that he could really compete with a Half-King without borrowing any strength. This kind of huge psychological achievement was no less effective than polishing one's foundation. Unfortunately, time was limited now. Even if the power of vow he had saved was enough for him to push his strength to the peak of the intermediate venerable, it would still take time. But now that the sneak attack was over, there was no time left. The next step was to see how the Black Killer Snail King would react. The old turtle said, "If the fake king really comes, I'm afraid your subordinates are not qualified, right?" Han Fei said, "King against king, general against general, soldier against soldier. The Black Killer Snail King will be dealt with by the Golden Boy. What I need to think about is how to win the battle." The old turtle said, if the Black Killer Snail King really comes, not to mention how the Demon Beast Alliance will deal with it. Maybe Black Blood City will be heavily damaged by the Demon Beast Alliance. However, the Immortal City won't be any better. There are only about 100 of them here. Han Fei grinned. "That's a lot. How many people do you think the Black Killer Snail King will bring?" Han Fei remembered that according to the old goat's calculation, the number of venerables in Black Blood City was 287. However, some died in the Yin Yang Heaven, some in the Life and Death Gorge, and some in the Immortal City. Han Fei calculated and found that there should be 263 venerables left. As for whether there were other new venerables, Han Fei didn't know. In terms of quantity, the number of venerables in Black Blood City was far greater than in the Immortal City, more than twice. Of course, in a defensive battle, the Immortal City also had its own advantages. At least, although the relationship between humans and the Beasts Island wasn't good, they had a common enemy, which was gratifying. Since Black Blood City could divide its forces, the battle line would be tight. The Black Killer Snail King only had one chance to fight. If it wasn't handled well, Black Blood City would suffer heavy losses. In the past, the Immortal City was much weaker than Black Blood City. However, there was Han Fei now. Han Fei could save people and restore many people's strength to their peak. This was very meaningful for the next battle. However, on the battlefield, Han Fei didn't have time to save people, except to give humans a long time to catch their breath. Han Fei calculated carefully. Did Black Blood City want to launch a blitzkrieg? Probably not. After all, the Beast's Island had already received his notice. The situation between the enemy and himself was obviously advantageous to decide. However, in a battle, the leader's strategy was the most important. If his arrangement wasn't good, even if the humans and the Beast's Island had some advantages, they would be wasted. Of course, all this was to put the immortals in the human camp. And Han Fei clearly learned from Jin Tong and Netherworld that once they turned to the immortals, they couldn't be called humans anymore. The old turtle also said, "Don't ask about the secrets of the immortals." Behind these people, there was a force that even he didn't dare to mention. It was the old turtle's words that made Han Fei start to pay attention to the immortals, a creature that grew up on the aura of death, which could almost cover the entire sea. How big were the territories of the Yin Yang Heaven and the Waterwood Heaven? And how powerful were the forces behind the immortals? So, why should Han Fei care about the immortals? If the entire Immortal City was filled with immortals, Han Fei wouldn't dare to open this cage at all. Otherwise, if only the beasts could be trusted, it would be him who would have a headache. Jin Tong said that the Immortal City would stand on his side, but that was only his promise. At this time, Han Fei led more than 300,000 explorers and more than 20 venerables. However, compared to the immortals, this was nothing. of the 7 big islands on the front line, were basically occupied by the immortals, and 3 were the land of the living. In the battle with the sea demons, it seemed that he had to make full use of the power of the immortals. At this moment, Long Shi outside the door said, "General Han, Grand Venerable Yuntian is here." Han Fei said leisurely, "Come in." Lu Yuntian had mixed feelings. Tonight, in just 30 minutes, 7 immortals died in a row, which really scared him. It could be said that the situation of the immortal city seemed to have changed since Han Fei came. In just a few days, including the human side, 9 immortals had died. This speed of death was unprecedented. At this rate, who knew what the immortal city would be like in a year? Lu Yuntian entered the general's mansion. Seeing Han Fei sitting cross-legged, he asked directly, "What do you need me to do?" Han Fei smiled faintly. "Later, you have to cooperate with me to put on a show. You can imagine. I'll kick you out of the general's mansion before you finish what I arranged for you. After you go out, you need to pretend to be angry and wait for Wang He to come to you. Remember, you must put on a good show. Your performance may be related to the life and death of all the venerable realm powerhouses here." Wow. Lu Yuntian took a deep breath, his eyelids twitching wildly. Han Fei's words were too serious, which put a lot of pressure on him. Lu Yuntian had to believe Han Fei, because this man was too evil. He could even sneak attack the sea demon camp. Was there anything else he couldn't do? The first time he killed a venerable, Han Fei did it. The second time he sneak attacked the sea demon camp, Han Fei also did it. As for this time, Lu Yuntian had no reason not to believe Han Fei's plan. And this time, no one came to stop Han Fei. Han Fei was like a special envoy of the immortal city who could do whatever he wanted. Outside, Wang He was very nervous. He was also eating meat. Yes, in order not to arouse the slightest suspicion. He was also devouring you, Zheng Huan's flesh and blood. After all, sea demons could kill each other. While he was happily devouring the fish, Wang He was thinking, if there comes a day when I fall to the point of death, I must not die in such a manner. I must self-destruct at the first opportunity. Bam! While Wang He and the others were eating, they suddenly saw the general's mansion explode. Lu Yuntian was sent flying out of Han Fei's door. After landing, his feet slid on the ground, bleeding from his 7 orifices. Yi Qian appeared immediately, and at the same time, a dead air blocked the sight of those explorers. Wang He and the others naturally came to the general's mansion as soon as possible. They looked dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on inside. Seeing Lu Yuntian's gloomy face, someone asked, "Grand Venerable Yuntian, what's going on?" Humph. In the general's mansion, Han Fei walked out with a gloomy face. Han Fei didn't even look at Lu Yuntian and shouted, "Yi Qian, come with me to the front line. Long Shi, keep an eye on Firestone Island." Han Fei took Yi Qian and left quickly. Lu Yuntian also snorted coldly and left, but he didn't leave the island. Seeing this scene, Wang He immediately thought, it seems that Lu Yuntian didn't complete what Han Fei asked him to do. That's why Han Fei was so angry. Wang He immediately said to Long Shi and the others, "Don't let the people below know about this. You all stay here. I'll go and see what's going on." Everyone understood Wang He's words. He just wanted to comfort Lu Yuntian. The venerables couldn't help but sigh, thinking to themselves, Han Fei is actually good in all aspects, but his way of being a commander is too domineering and difficult to get close to. In a corner of Firestone Island, Wang He caught up. Old Lu. No, what's wrong with you? Why are you in such a bad mood?" Lu Yuntian thought to himself. "Wang He, there's really something wrong with you." Lu Yuntian said with a sullen face, "Old Wang, you said you didn't want to stay in Han Fei's team. F***CK. I should have believed you long ago. If I have the ability to get us out of here, will you do it?" Chapter 1583. Lu Yuntian knew that his bad relationship with Han Fei would end with Wang He's appearance and death. At this moment, Lu Yuntian was very angry. He was beaten by Han Fei in front of so many venerables. Why can't I tolerate it? Lu Yuntian scolded Han Fei. As he spoke, Lu Yuntian and Wang He drank and chewed on the meat. Then he said in a low and cold voice, "You should know that you are the most glorious people tonight. You have attracted the attention of all the venerables of Immortal City and Black Blood City. Today, there should be a lot of demi-kings and peak stage venerables, right?" Wang He nodded solemnly. More than a lot. The 3 demi-kings were intercepted by the golden boy, Venerable Wang alone. In addition to the peak stage venerable Han Fei killed, Yi Qian fought another peak stage venerable, and there should be at least 3 more peak stage venerables behind. All of this happened in a short span of 30 breaths. At that time was tight. Can you imagine? Wang He was not exaggerating. If Han Fei had stayed for 1 more minute, the Sea Demon's follow-up peak stage venerables would have arrived. At that time, it was hard to tell who would win. Han Fei was fast in speed and execution. At that time, he wanted to stall for time. However, Han Fei caught him and brought him back. He had experienced Han Fei's terrifying speed. "Humph," Lu Yuntian sneered. "Do you think you are the only ones taking risks? You don't know that I am also taking risks. I also went deep into the enemy's territory, but I was in much more danger than you." Wang He was shocked. "Seriously? So dangerous? Did you encounter a peak stage venerable?" Lu Yuntian sneered. "T. Do you think you are the only ones who went to the rear of the Sea Demon's camp through the teleportation array?" Wang He was puzzled. "Why, you went too. Where did you go?" Lu Yuntian sneered. "Of course, the Sea Demon camp closest to the first island of our human race. That is, the camp where Han Fei stirred up a storm." Wang He was shocked. "No, how dare you? At that time, everyone was fighting crazily. You." As Wang He spoke, he went silent. His heart skipped a beat. Han Fei has an ulterior motive. Tonight, it was said to be a sneak attack, but in fact it was just a cover. In fact, Han Fei's purpose was to attract all the venerables in the Sea Demon camp through himself and them. With one move, the rear of the Sea Demon camp was completely empty, and Lu Yuntian took the opportunity to go to the Sea Monster camp. As for how, Han Fei was a master of arrays. Wherever he went, he left behind a teleportation formation. This was a piece of cake. As long as Lu Yuntian was prepared in advance and brought Han Fei's formation map, when the first crack appeared, he could teleport to the Sea Demon camp according to Han Fei's deployment. Then he secretly set up a formation. Of course, these spirit arrays were all interconnected, so it wouldn't be a problem for a great senior to arrange a spirit array in advance. The problem was Lu Yuntian did not do it well. Wang He was shocked. What a deep scheme. While everyone was still immersed in the joy of killing 5 monsters in a row, Han Fei was already planning for the next step. Wang He did not even dare to imagine that he had managed to kill 5 supremacies with just a sneak attack. Then, did Han Fei ask Lu Yuntian to secretly set up a trap? How many people was he going to kill? Wang He couldn't help but think, although only 100,000 of the 300,000 people on Firestone Island were cured, it wouldn't be a problem for the small number of people to destroy a corner of the Sea Demon camp. Wang He concluded that with Han Fei's scheming, next time it would definitely be more than just 5 supremacies. Who would have thought that Han Fei would sneak attack the same place twice in a row? The only thing that Han Fei didn't understand was that it would take time to kill a venerable. If Han Fei wanted to quickly slaughter the Sea Demon venerables in that camp, he couldn't do it alone. This time, Jin Tong had already taken action in person. Next time, in addition to the more than 20 venerables on Firestone Island, there would probably be many peak-level venerables and advanced venerables. In the rear of the Immortal City, even the Netherworld Half-King might come out in person and lead the entire Immortal City. Thinking of this, Wang He felt his scalp go numb. What a cunning scheme this was. If they were King tricked, more than 5 supremacies would die. At least 10 supremacies would die. If the Black Killer Snail King was stalled by Jin Tong, more than 15 supremacies might be killed in the battle. Wang He quickly calculated the possibility of the Sea Demon Venerables dying in his mind. After careful calculation, Wang He was almost sure that with Han Fei's thunderous means, he could definitely kill more than 10 Sea Demon Venerables in one fell swoop. No, I have to send this message back. Otherwise, Black Blood City will suffer heavy losses. Hiss! Wang He sucked in a breath of cold air and said slowly, what a deep scheme. Hey, wait. Since he has already calculated it, why did he just… Lu Yuntian sneered. Why were you kicked out just now, right? It's mainly because your battle time is too short. I only have 30 seconds. In case the Sea Demon Half-King returns quickly, I have to quickly bury the teleportation array he prepared in advance in these 30 seconds. But I'm not familiar with the terrain on the Sea Demon's side. The place where the teleportation array is buried may be a bit problematic. Maybe it's close to a Sea Demon Valley. Because of that, he kicked me out. Son of a B***. Wang, he secretly remembered it. Before he could think about it, Lu Yuntian grabbed the wine jar and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Old Wang, tell me the truth. You are the shrewdest of all these people. I know that Han Fei is extraordinary, but think about it. He entered the cage easily and found us easily. What does it mean? Wang He, what does it mean? Lu Yuntian. It means that this person may indeed be here to free the cage. He may have a way to break the cage. What? Wang He couldn't help but exclaim. How is that possible? Shoo! Lu Yuntian shushed Wang He and said, why is it impossible? Don't shout. I accidentally overheard his conversation with exalted Yi Qian the other day. They mentioned something about the cage. Unfortunately, Han Fei was too keen and immediately set up a soundproof array. Wang He said in a low voice, do you think it's possible? Lu Yuntian sneered. Why not? Han Fei is not an ordinary person at all. Have you ever seen a middle-level venerable who can kill a peak-level venerable casually? This was done in front of all of you. I was the first to believe him when he said he could kill a demi-king. However, Han Fei is not omnipotent. He can kill enemies, but he may not be able to protect his own people. When Han Fei really confronts the Black Killer Snail King, strong masters like him are not easy to kill. But what about people like you and me? In his eyes, we may not be a problem at all. If we die, we may die. Gulp. Wang He pretended to swallow and looked at Lu Yuntian's depressed face, only to see that Lu Yuntian's eyes gradually became clear. After 10 minutes or so, Lu Yuntian sneered and said, just now, before I came back, I specially went to find Demi-King Chinamo. He is my childhood playmate, and we have been friends for many years. I can ask him to dig me out. Old Wang, don't blame me for not reminding you. If I stay here with Han Fei's character, there will be a life-and-death battle later. Instead of that, it's better to wait until he breaks the cage, and then we can enjoy the scenery outside. Seeing Lu Yuntian's expression, Wang He knew that Lu Yuntian had made up his mind to escape. It turned out that Lu Yuntian was also a schemer. He didn't want to fight, but hoped that Han Fei could win the battle as soon as possible, destroy Black Blood City, and go out to enjoy his life. Wang He sneered in his heart. You King people. All of you deserve to die. You think of ways to plot against my Black Blood City every day. Since I am here, I'm sure you won't succeed. Wang He immediately pretended to be tempted. Old Lu, Demi-King Chinamo, can you help me out? To tell you the truth, I really can't stand that Han Fei's temper. Lu Yuntian patted Wang He on the shoulder and said, Old Wang, during this time, you are the only one who came to comfort me. I know what to do. We human beings always have a lot of thoughts. Alas, I can only say that people of different principles cannot make plans together. Han Fei can do whatever he wants. We brothers have to find a way to survive in the future. Only by surviving can we have a chance to see the scenery outside. The next morning, Han Fei and Yi Qian had already returned. No one knew what they were doing. However, the next morning, Han Fei began to heal the vitality of the explorers whose foundations hadn't recovered yet. Everyone knew that Han Fei must have absorbed a lot of life force after killing so many grand monarchs in this battle. That was why he had the confidence to heal them. In one morning, Han Fei had only healed a few thousand people. The void trembled, and a few experts walked out from the void. Among them, there were 2 high-level venerable immortals. Han Fei looked back and couldn't help frowning. He said coldly, "Who is it?" The middle-aged man smiled lightly. "The 6th island, Qin Mo Brother Han, it's an honor to meet you." Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "Oh, so it's Demi-King Qin Mo. What brings you here?" Qin Mo said, "Let's not beat around the bush. Lu Yuntian is my brother since I was a child. Since I'm under Brother Han's command, you should treat me normally. But Brother Han is stubborn. I know my brother is having a hard time, so I'm here to ask for him. I heard that Brother Han is closer to the immortals, so I and the Golden Boy Venerable asked 2 experts to help you. What do you think?" At that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Yuntian. Hua Meng even said, "Isn't this a little too much?" Everyone was a little angry. Although Han Fei was a bit domineering, he was definitely a leader worthy of respect and admiration. Lu Yuntian secretly found someone to help him? Isn't this a little too petty? Haha. Han Fei looked at Lu Yuntian coldly and said in a cold voice, "Then thank you, Brother Qin. Since you don't care about me, get out of here." Lu Yuntian's face turned red, and Qin Mo gave him a look. Lu Yuntian said, "Demi-King Qin Mo, Wang He and I have a close relationship. What do you think?" Qin Mo's face changed slightly. "Yuntian, don't go too far." Wang He's heart skipped a beat. Lu Yuntian and Qin Mo grew up together, but he was not familiar with him. Was it too hasty for him to go out and inform Qin Mo? However, Han Fei suddenly looked at Wang He, and Wang He couldn't help swallowing. Han Fei said, "Humph! Who else wants to leave? Today, get out of here as well. Today, I'm telling you, if you don't care about me, just tell me. I won't force you to stay. However, this kind of trick can't be used again. I'll give you another chance." Who else? Chapter 1584. In the end, Lu Yuntian and Wang He left. In the eyes of the others, Qin Mo didn't intend to take Wang He out. However, Han Fei had said it in an extremely domineering manner. Qin Mo was a demi-king and certainly wouldn't lower his head to Han Fei. So, if Han Fei let Wang He go, he would leave with his people. However, except for these 2 people, no one else was going to leave. Everyone knew what happened in the battle last night. Asking to leave at this time? They didn't have the face to do that. Besides, even if they wanted to leave, someone had to take them in. Although Qin Mo came to ask Han Fei for Wang He, his tone was relatively straightforward. However, he originally only wanted Lu Yuntian. In order to get one person, he brought 2 high-level venerable immortals to Han Fei. This meant that Qin Mo didn't intend to offend Han Fei. Therefore, except for Lu Yuntian and Wang He, no one else left. After leaving Firestone Island, Lu Yuntian and Wang He seemed to be much more relaxed. Qin Mo smiled and said, "Old Lu, because of you I have fallen out with Han Fei this time. You owe him a big favor." Lu Yuntian smiled and said, "Old Qin, don't say that. I promise I will hunt a sea demon venerable for you. Otherwise, you can punish me." Qin Mo laughed. "Old Lu, there's no joking in the army. If you say so, I will take it seriously." Lu Yuntian smiled and said, "Of course. Give me some time. I will look for one." Wang He followed on the side and sneered in his heart. "Hunt a venerable? When I land and deliver the news, Han Fei's plan will be completely useless. By then, it will be time for me to return to Black Blood City. Black Blood City. BM, in the place where the royal city was, the waves were surging and thunder was rumbling. The Black Helix King was furious, his face angry and cold. What a human, Han Fei! Not only did he act arrogantly in the Yin Yang heaven, but now that he is in the cage, he is still so arrogant. I'm going to kill him. As soon as the Black Helix King's voice fell, a venerable said, King, don't be impatient now. Han Fei must be up to no good to provoke us so blatantly. Our top priority now is not to lose our sense of propriety. The Black Killer Snail King said, I've fought with that bastard Han Fei before. This man is extremely strange. His means and combat power are all extraordinary. Today he was able to sneak attack a camp. Tomorrow he would be able to ambush 2 places. How can this king sit still? A venerable octopus said, King, if you really want to fight, you have to at least make arrangements for the life and death gorge. Once our army sets out, the Monster Beast Alliance will definitely make a move. You see, these past 2 days, the demonic beasts at the Life and Death Gorge are calling out to you more frequently. There are also some new faces that have been replaced. I'm afraid that the Life and Death Gorge has started to increase its manpower. The Black Killer Snail King stared at the octopus. Are you saying that the Monster Beast Alliance has joined hands with the Immortal City? The octopus said not necessarily. If they could join forces, they would have done so long ago. Just look at that undying city. Death energy overflowing the heavens. It can't even be considered human. The Monster Beast Alliance might not have a bad relationship with them. But if they really wanted to cooperate, they would have to fight on 3 fronts. As long as we talk to the Forest of Terror, there will be a war on all sides, and no one will be able to win. In addition to this octopus, another mermaid said, maybe we can wait a little longer. Don't forget, in Han Fei's camp, Wang He is our spy. Except for the 2 who died, Han Fei's forces, including himself, have 24. There are also 300,000 explorers. This person needs so many people. He can't just do nothing. He must have a purpose. Why don't we wait for Wang He to find a way to pass the important information to us? Someone said, didn't Wang He say, Han Fei doesn't allow them to leave the island at all, and everyone is being monitored. This should be to prevent any information of the operation from leaking. Someone added, it doesn't matter if we wait for another 2 days. Han Fei just ambushed our camp, and now everyone on the front line is already in a state of high alert. In this case, it is absolutely impossible for him to ambush us again. Didn't the king already arrange a half-king to go there? The Black Killer Snail King said solemnly, okay, let's wait for another day. Let me tell you, even if the Demon Beast Alliance really launches an attack, we have to fight the Immortal City now. That kid, Han Fei, is too monstrous. He's actually grown to the mid-rank of the Exalt realm in a mere 3 years of time, and he even possesses the strength to fight a quasi-king. His growth speed is too terrifying. If we don't get rid of him now, even if I go in person in the future, I may not be able to. The Black Killer Snail King remembered that when he and Han Fei fought for the first time, Han Fei was only a half-king. I believe that you will become a venerable in 3 years. I also believe that you are very talented, and your strength has improved a lot after becoming a venerable. You are stronger than ordinary beginner venerables. However, Han Fei has surpassed the beginner venerable and reached the intermediate venerable. This horrified the Black Killer Snail King. He had never heard of such a growth speed. While the Black Killer Snail King was discussing something, the void suddenly shook. Someone tore the void and came through. When that person appeared, who else could it be but Chao Xian? The Black Killer Snail King said angrily, what's so urgent that you have to come here in person? Chao Xian said weirdly, my lord, Han Fei intends to launch another sneak attack. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Chao Xian with faces filled with disbelief. He just launched a sneak attack last night. Only half a day had passed, and he was going to launch another sneak attack? Steal his ironhead fish? Someone asked, Chao Xian, where did you get the news? Is it a trap? Chao Xian immediately said, Wang He sent the news in person. He has found a way to get out of Han Fei's hands. After he came out, he sent the news through a special channel. Someone was confused. He came out? He just said he couldn't come out yesterday. Was he discovered? Chao Xian shook his head. I thought so too at first, but after knowing what happened, I think it might be Han Fei style. That's why I came back to tell you, my lord. The Black Killer Snail King said casually, Tell me about it. Immediately, Chao Xian told him about how Han Fei broke into the mortal city, demanded the ruling power, recruited the disabled venerables and explorers, and so on. When Chao Xian talked about Han Fei's extremely domineering character, the Black Killer Snail King nodded. This series of descriptions was exactly the same as that of the Han Fei he had fought before. Back in the war on the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei was not only cruel to sea demons, but also to humans. The human supremacies did not even bat an eyelid when they said they would slaughter them. In the Battle of the Scattered Stars Island, blood flowed like a river, but this guy didn't care at all. What's more, this guy even sent more than 3,000 people to intercept the 800,000 troops. Is this really an idea that a human can come up with? After hearing Chao Xian's introduction, the Black Killer Snail King said affirmatively, Yes, this character description fits Han Fei very well. Then before you came back, did you ask Li Santong to search for the place where the teleportation array was hidden? Chao Xian immediately said, I did. As soon as the news came back, we looked for it, but it was not the place that Wang He said. There was only a little human aura left in that place. The place that we found was definitely buried behind the campsite. It was somewhere further behind the campsite and had already escaped the detection range of the 3.5 King. According to Wang He, after Han Fei taught Lu Yuntian a lesson, he went out personally. The Black Killer Snail King's heart did a flip. Yes, others may not be able to sneak into the sea demon camp, but Han Fei could, because he had the shadow doppelganger, a shadow doppelganger that was as strong as his real body. Suddenly, the Black Killer Snail King shouted, Good, well done. Get ready to go to the immortal city. Immediately, someone said, King, would Han Fei really make such a hasty arrangement? Could this be a trap that he set? The Black Killer Snail King grinned. Impossible. I know him. Han Fei is a very bad person. He would definitely do such a thing. Besides, Wang He is a possessor, not a human who sneaked in with his real body. So, even if Han Fei has the means to see through his real body, as you said before, Han Fei saved Wang He in the end. Besides, even if Han Fei set a trap there, so what? Do you really think that undying golden boy can stop this king if this king personally goes? The Black Killer Snail King stepped out of the throne and shouted, Zhang Wuming, Yu Tianai, Snail Hun, I order you 3 half-kings to take 60 more venerables to the life and death gorge. One of you go and inform the Forest of Horrors to strengthen their forces and restrain the Demon-Beast Alliance. The rest of you follow me to the immortal city. The Black Killer Snail King was actually very shrewd. He probably knew that the Valley of Beasts would make trouble when they attacked the immortal city. However, including Zhang Wuming and the others, there were a total of 6 half-kings and 130 venerables below the half-king level. It could be said that this was half of the current combat power of the immortal city. As for the immortal city, the Black Killer Snail King was confident that he would go there in person, plus the 5 half-kings here. He would also drive the 1,000 snail army to attack the front line of the immortal city. Even if Han Fei had the power to fight a half-king, there was no reason for him to lose. Besides, he had mastered all of Han Fei's means. Maybe he could kill Han Fei in person to avenge his humiliation. What he didn't know was that on the great rift gorge of the Beast Island far away, Old Sheep suddenly opened his eyes. Bah, Old Sheep said, Elephant Taunt and Jiao Meng Yue? There are hundreds of venerables on the island, and all of them are in the Death Gorge. Summon all the venerables scattered everywhere to go to the forest of horrors. At this moment, Old Sheep's eyes glittered. The war was about to begin.